that this is going to be flipped?
Very good. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-49. An act to amend the Canada Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
I'd like to recognize the Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I'd like to inform the House that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise to speak and debate on Bill C-49. This is an important issue for my region. It's an important issue for me. Two of the main reasons that I decided to seek public office in the first instance was because I cared deeply about creating jobs in Atlantic Canada and doing more to protect our environment as we build a clean economy. Mr. Speaker, these elements are key to the purpose of Bill C-49 and form a major part of the reason why I'm so strongly in support of this important piece of legislation. Let me begin by stating what I hope will be taken as the obvious. Climate change is real and its impacts are serious, and we need to do more to combat climate change and make sure that our communities adapt to mitigate the consequences of severe weather events, which are arriving with a greater sense of frequency. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we know in Nova Scotia, our shared home province, of the importance of doing more to combat climate change. In particular, we will have seen over the past 12 months or so severe weather events that I could not possibly have imagined just a few years ago. The devastating impacts of Hurricane Fiona are now well understood by members of this House. We've seen forest fires spread through our province like we have never experienced before, and we've seen dangerous floods claim the lives of family members of the province that we both call home. Mr. Speaker, Atlantic Canada, though we may face hurricanes and storm surges and other severe weather events, is not the only region of the country that's been impacted by the changing climate that is impacting our communities. We see heat waves in Quebec and Ontario. We see atmospheric rivers in British Columbia. We see wildfires that have displaced families and endangered critical infrastructure in nearly every region of this country. It's important that I make these points to put on the record to ensure that the perspective of the government is well understood. Climate change is real and the impacts are serious, and we need to do more to combat it. In addition to making sure we address climate change fully with the different ideas that we can come up with, we need to understand that it's not just the right thing to do from an environmental perspective, but it's in our self-interest because the cost of inaction is simply too great to ignore. You will have seen, Mr. Speaker, as I have, the physical damage that can result from severe weather events. Over the course of the first 20 years or so of my life, it was typical that we would have seen insured losses in the range of $250 to $450 million a year across this country. Within a few short years, that number could potentially reach $5 billion. The reality is it is expensive to not take action on climate change, and we all pay the consequences. But it's not merely an issue of insured losses. Look at the contributions that governments need to make to deal with the fallout of severe weather events. Look at the hundreds of millions of dollars, perhaps in excess of $1 billion, just in Nova Scotia as a result of the fallout of Hurricane Fiona last year. Look at the consequences for the health and well-being of families of letting climate change run its course without intervention. Look at the impact that we see when businesses are forced to shut down as we lose power sometimes for weeks. Mr. Speaker, there are crops that have been lost in this country that have cost local farmers hundreds of thousands of dollars as a result of these severe weather events. And as I mentioned, it can endanger our critical infrastructure upon which our communities rely for their well-being. The good news, Mr. Speaker, despite the very serious impacts of climate events, is that we can do something about it. And C-49 presents an opportunity. In fact, Nova Scotia, in my opinion, has the opportunity to be a leader when it comes to creating job opportunities for people in the green economy. We'll have seen increasing global demand for clean energy products when it comes to powering our economies, when it comes to transportation globally, when it comes to construction and manufacturing. The entire world is hungry for climate-friendly solutions to solve problems for businesses. Mr. Speaker, I can point to a number of examples in our home province that are creating good-paying jobs for my neighbours today and for the residents of Nova Scotia. I can point to the carbon sequestration technology from a company like CarbonCure in Nova Scotia, which has actually been celebrated as one of the leading global companies when it comes to sequestration. Mr. Speaker, I can look at Graphite Innovation and Technologies, which has invented a technology supported by research funding through Transport Canada that has actually had a more efficient hull paint that's been put on vessels that can actually make them 20% more efficient, not only reducing their fuel consumption, but reducing the cost for people who use their vessels to transport goods. Mr. Speaker, there are companies such as the Trinity Group of companies in my own community that have embraced energy efficiency as a growth model for their community. When we shared news of a positive policy that allows homeowners to transition to heat pumps from home heating oil, it happened to be hosted at that particular location where they were celebrating the fact that that day they had added their 100th employee. These are good-paying jobs in communities like mine. There are no shortage of other examples. I look at Sheet Harbour, again in my constituency, the work that R.J. McIsaac is doing to actually decommission and recycle the components of ships that would otherwise be run aground in some foreign country and left to rot, posing serious environmental consequences, and instead it's creating good jobs in a small community like Sheet Harbour, Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention as well to a billion-dollar opportunity for our province in a new industry. The industry is green hydrogen. The company is Everwind Fuels. They plan to create a green hydrogen option that will create export opportunities to develop clean energy in my home province, and it could be powered by offshore wind that will allow them to offer one of the cleanest fuel sources, which is in extraordinarily high demand. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we actually look at the pathway to success for opportunities like this and not merely ascribe our strategy to being one of hope. It also has to involve a thoughtful approach to policy development. And that's where Bill C-49 comes in. This bill is important because it amends the Accord Acts, which gave life to the Atlantic Accords, political arrangements reached a number of decades ago, to expand the scope of the regulatory framework to include offshore renewable energy and not simply offshore oil and gas. You will have seen the significant economic production of the offshore oil and gas industry in Atlantic Canada over the course of our lifetimes, Mr. Speaker. But we have not seen the same return when it comes to offshore renewable opportunities. With the introduction of Bill C-49, we will be creating a regulatory framework that will give certainty to investors that says, we welcome your business here in Atlantic Canada. We want you to create opportunities for our community members to work in our economy in a way that is sustainable, renewable, that will help us power the next generation of the economy in Atlantic Canada by providing clean electricity. Mr. Speaker, as the cost of pollution continues to rise and continues to have an impact on our community, we need to do more to generate energy from renewable sources, including offshore wind, for example. Mr. Speaker, there are very real proposals to build companies and advance projects that create good-paying jobs for Nova Scotians in the offshore renewable sector. But without a regulatory framework, investors will not know whether projects will have a clear pathway to approval, and they will potentially flee our jurisdiction in search for a more friendly country or province where they can make an investment. Over the next 15 years or so, perhaps 20 years, we expect to see globally investments approaching $1 trillion globally in the offshore renewable sector. We need to put our hands up and say that we want the investments that are going to create good-paying jobs for our neighbours in provinces like Nova Scotia. It's rare, Mr. Speaker, that we have the opportunity to debate legislation that has a specific impact on just a few provinces, including my home province of Nova Scotia, that may not be national in scale. But by working with provincial governments, such as Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, both of whom support this bill, we're going to be able to advance opportunities to create good-paying jobs for people in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I should point out that although there is some anxiety amongst workers who traditionally take part in the energy sector about the potential to transition to a clean economy, I want to communicate that this bill actually creates opportunity for those same people to continue to work in good-paying jobs. I look at opportunities for friends of mine that I've known since I was 7 years old who are heavy equipment operators, who traditionally are involved in road building or replacing municipal water and sewer projects. When I speak to them now, they're increasingly working on projects that deal with the prevention of coastal erosion or projects that will otherwise make our communities more sustainable. As I mentioned, decommissioning ships that could otherwise be left to rot somewhere, posing great environmental concerns. With the introduction of Bill C-49, we have an opportunity to say we're going to create regulatory certainty for the businesses that want to make investments. We have literally found out that we can monetize wind in Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, you and I know that wind is in plentiful supply in our part of the country. If we embrace the opportunity to tap into a new natural resource to create renewable energy for our economies, we can power the economy in a way that is good for our environment and good for the people who call your region and my region home. Mr. Speaker, we have only one planet. It's our duty to protect it. But by doing so, we can create economic opportunities for a generation of workers that otherwise would not be able to have good-paying jobs so they can provide for their families. I will be in support of this bill. I understand there is some division between different parties in the House, but I would encourage all members, if you care about creating good-paying jobs in Nova Scotia and you care about protecting our environment, you should support this bill. It's the right thing to do, and it's the smart thing to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the former and now fired Minister of Immigration and the failing Minister of Housing has finally found his new job when he gets defeated as the Minister of Meteorology. You know, I really hope that he can answer two questions. One is, why has his government allowed tidal energy to fail in Nova Scotia because of their lack of direction? And number two, could he please explain the quote from the member from Avalon? I think the carbon tax is hurting people a fair bit. Everywhere I go, people come up to me and say, you know, we're losing faith in the Liberal Party. I've had people tell me they can't afford to buy groceries. They can't afford to heat their homes. And that's hard to hear from, especially seniors who live alone and tell me that they go around their house in the spring and winter with a blanket wrapped around them because they can't afford home heating fuel, and they can't afford, sadly, Mr. Speaker, to buy beef or chicken. Explain that.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the honourable member resorts to personal attacks against me, I'm going to remain focused on creating jobs for the people who live in our communities. With respect, we have supported a number of projects that are pushing tidal energy in our province. And as he starts to wave a Kleenex, is so upset about the answer that I'm providing to him, I'll point out, Mr. Speaker, that as he claims to be caring about affordability, he's getting paid through fancy trips to the United Kingdom to enjoy luxury dinners that his constituents likely could not afford. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to supporting vulnerable people, we're going to continue to put measures in place that actually make life more affordable. I look at some of the legislation we're putting forward to help increase competition in the grocery industry. I look at measures that I'm personally advancing to make housing more affordable. While they throw insults at individuals across the way, we will put forward solutions that are designed to make life more affordable for my constituents and his.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
When it comes to implementing an agreement with Newfoundland Labrador, there's going to be an issue of workforce, and there might even be a labor shortage. If we talk about labor, we have to talk about housing. We have the Minister of Housing here. If the government of Newfoundland and Labrador were to match the federal government's contribution and add $900 million more for social housing in the next 5 years, would they be in a hurry to meet up with them and get that housing built as quickly as possible? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. It's very important to adopt measures to get housing built in every province.
And in Labrador, both in my capacity as Immigration Minister and now in my capacity as Minister of Housing, to work to help them reverse their population decline they were experiencing up until just last year. We helped them do that by advancing new immigration measures that were targeted to bring in the kinds of workers that they need to power their economy. I've recently met because we need to continue to advance measures that will help build more homes for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, I should say. Mr. Speaker, we're working to advance investments in projects that will cover not only affordable housing, but will help build more housing, including in the City of St. John's. And we're engaged right now with the city and the province to change the way that that city builds homes to provide more affordable housing options for their workforce and for people who have long called the city home. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the minister for his intervention today. You know, he started off talking about something that we should all know in this House, and that is that climate change is real. Last week in this House, actually, somebody from the Maritimes, from South Shore, St. Margaret, actually said that wildfires across this country were man-made, and that the hurricanes that were affecting his own region is something that has happened for hundreds of years. So, I'm not from Newfoundland. I'm from the prairies. There are some very similar issues that we have with regards to transitioning workers, with regards to climate change. But what do we tell young people in our ridings? How do we respond to the fact that one of the major parties in this country refuses to admit that climate change is real in the House of Commons? On Friday, I was at a climate march in Montreal. I don't understand how I'm supposed to speak to my constituents when we literally have a party that refuses to admit that climate change is real.
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I respect the honourable member, and I very much appreciate her question, because I think it's important. Though I sometimes experience some frustration when I hear members of this House speak publicly to school children saying that carbon pollution is just food for plants, when I hear them dismiss once-in-a-century severe weather events that now seem to happen on an annual basis as something that has always happened, I find it deeply concerning. Thankfully, I believe Canadians are smart. They understand that climate change is real, and they will compare the plans of the various parties to address a crisis of climate change, and they will vote accordingly, as they have since 2015.
Resuming debate, continuing debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable Parliament Secretary Parlement.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Algonquin, Anishinaabe Nation. I'd like to start off by acknowledging that Indigenous leadership, knowledge, and culture are critical to Canada's effort to fight climate change. For hundreds of generations, Indigenous people have been the stewards of the land and waters, including Canada's oceans, as I did in my home of Unama'ki. And it's clear that they continue to have a deep connection to the oceans that surround Canada. In my riding of Sydney, Victoria, the Mi'kmaq have a long and mutually beneficial relationship with the lakes and the oceans that surround us. Back in the spring of 2022, the federal government, in partnership with the provincial governments of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador, announced their joint intention to expand the mandate of existing offshore boards to regulate offshore renewable energy projects. That fall and into this past winter, officials from NRCan invited Indigenous groups in Atlantic Canada to engage in the amendments that we're discussing today. That invitation was accepted, and government representatives were able to share information with interested Indigenous communities about the proposed amendments, as well as listen to the initial thoughts on the evolving offshore energy industry. And as this bill was tabled, NRCan reached out again to Indigenous groups and proposed further meetings so that they could discuss these amendments in even greater detail. I can assure the House that the government remains committed to learning from and sharing information with Indigenous groups so that we can better understand how offshore wind turbines and the economy they support will support Indigenous peoples, including those in Sydney, Victoria. Engagement efforts continued in the 2 regional assessments for offshore wind development in Canada, Atlantic Canada, that were launched in March. Before they began, an independent committee was assembled to lead each assessment and work alongside Indigenous groups to seek nominations for committee members. These committee members are required to develop and carry out Indigenous participation plans, and the perspectives of knowledge of Indigenous peoples will also be sought through Indigenous knowledge advisory groups that were created for each regional assessment. Mr. Speaker, this government is deeply grateful that Indigenous peoples are playing key roles in development and success of Canada's energy industries. As project leaders and company owner, as skilled managers and workers, and as holders of Indigenous knowledge that is so critical to observing, interpreting, and addressing climate change. Indigenous energy leadership is continuing into the clean technology space, and I can attest to firsthand Everwind is looking to build hydrogen production facility in Point Tupper and plan to power it with 3 wind farms. They're partnering with the Member 2 Mi'kmaq community to jointly develop and operate 2 proposed farms, the 20-turbine Gumdungnukduk project and 15-turbine Bear Lake project. That's an example of Indigenous leaderships in energy sectors to deliver clean, reliable, and affordable power to our grids. These projects create good, sustainable jobs and secure revenue for nations in the years ahead. These opportunities don't end at our shores, they extend well beyond them. With global investments in offshore wind set to be worth $1 trillion, this bill is key to ensure this success continues. It will bring sustainable jobs and unlock unprecedented economic opportunity for Indigenous peoples in my home of Sydney, Victoria, and across the country. That is one of the reasons why it is incredibly discouraging to hear the Conservative Party oppose this bill, attempting to block Indigenous communities in Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador from benefiting from new renewable energy projects. Some members of the House have expressed concern that offshore energy regulators in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, Labrador won't carry out sufficient consultation with the Indigenous groups potentially affected by offshore renewable energy projects. To the contrary, these boards are extremely capable of carrying out Indigenous consultation and accommodation obligations on behalf of the government and have done so for many years. The amendments proposed through this bill will simply clarify what is already established by case law and current practice, that both the Government of Canada and the provincial governments can rely on the offshore regulators, the two boards, to fulfill the Crown's duty to consult and accommodate. The government remains ultimately responsible for the quality of the consultations and accommodations. The province understands this, and so do we. By confirming this Accord Act, we reaffirm both our commitment to jointly manage Canada's offshore with governments of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador, and to ongoing reconciliation with Indigenous people. To further underscore this point, these amendments include the authority for the offshore energy regulators to establish a participant funding program for any matter within their jurisdiction. This authority would ensure that they can facilitate engagement and consultation with Indigenous groups and are able to carry out these meaningful relationships, building with Indigenous groups whose rights may be adversely affected by offshore energy activities. Taken together, these amendments would strengthen the quality and the credibility of the efforts of the offshore energy regulators and contribute to open, balanced decision-making. It also is consistent with the authorities currently in place for other regulators, such as the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, the Canada Energy Regulator, and the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. With C49, both offshore energies will have enough resources to undertake Indigenous consultation, stakeholder engagement, and thorough regulatory reviews of proposed projects. And as we advance this legislation, I can assure the members of this House, going forward, there will continue to be opportunities where Indigenous groups will be able to provide their valuable feedback about offshore wind. First, there are two regional assessments that I previously mentioned. And Indigenous people will be also included in any calls for information that are sent regarding wind energy areas of interest, that actual calls for bid that will allow Indigenous groups to participate and lead in the development of good renewable energy projects. We know the government has a duty to consult with Indigenous people on actions that could impact Indigenous or treaty rights. We're proposing that these amendments, the government will be able to rely on Canada, Nova Scotia, and Canada, Newfoundland, Labrador offshore energy regulators to meaningfully consult with Indigenous groups on the government's behalf and make the necessary assessments on the Crown's behalf to mitigate adverse impacts on Indigenous and treaty rights. And some have erroneously suggested that this doesn't abdicate of the Crown of its responsibilities to fill its duty to consult and accommodate. We actually think it allows for a more robust process, and the Crown will ensure that that duty is met. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by highlighting the benefits C49 will bring to the communities across Nova Scotia and Cape Breton specifically. The economic boom in Sydney, Victoria didn't happen by chance. It happened because of bold investments and actions on the part of our government. C49 is another step in that direction. Amendments to the Canada-Nova Scotia Accord would expand the mandate of Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Board to regulate offshore renewable energy projects, including tidal, in the existing Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Accord area. The benefit for all those communities in Cape Breton would be vast. As a result, not only would it continue to contribute to our ongoing economic boom through job creation, but it would bring our province and country another step closer to meeting our emissions reduction targets. All communities will stand to benefit from the passage of C49s. It represents a vital step in the future of Nova Scotia offshore wind and offshore renewable energy technologies. have the potential to electrify and decarbonize Canada's economy, creating substantial jobs and contribute to Canada's emerging clean hydro sector. Sydney Victoria stands to benefit, and so does the rest of Nova Scotia. It is deeply important that this bill passes swiftly so Indigenous communities, like those in my riding, can benefit from the immense economic opportunity and new good-paying sustainable jobs that will come with the offshore renewable industry. That is why we continue to make Indigenous knowledge and the commitment to protect the environment an essential part of expanding our offshore energy industry. We continue to encourage our Conservative colleagues to do the same by agreeing to stop their opposition of the creation of the new Indigenous economic opportunities and supporting this important legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Taher, the honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard the member for Sydney Victoria go to great lengths on consultations with Indigenous people on Bill C-49, and it's very important. And not long ago, I spoke with one of his fellow Nova Scotia MPs who reiterated the same. So I asked him, well, what about consultation with non-Indigenous fishermen? His response to me was, well, who cares about them? Cliff, why are you looking for trouble? So I asked the member for Sydney Victoria, does he agree with his fellow Nova Scotia Liberal MP that consulting with non-Indigenous fishermen is asking for trouble?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, I think that our direction of making sure that we're looking at clean energy and clean wind energy and our commitment to the environment is going to help all fishermen in the Atlantic. We've heard loud and clear from the United Nations when I was out there at a conference in the spring that the stocks and all of the fisheries are jeopardized by climate change. And unless we have a plan for the environment, unless we have a plan for climate change, we don't have a plan for the fishermen who rely on those industries. It's important for us to understand that all benefit from our shift to the green and clean future, and especially the fishermen of Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, and Cape Breton, where I am.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague opposite for his speech, and I never doubt his commitment to the environment. But I have a whole bunch of questions that come to mind. Reading this bill, Mr. Speaker, I get the feeling that it's a nice way of hiding the ill intent behind extracting fossil fuels. It's all great to talk about wind power and so on, but I think the real intent here, the underlying motive, is to sugarcoat the pill a bit. They want to look good with wind power, but behind the scenes, they're going to double the output of offshore oil. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that, the double speak here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
I always have concerns about where we're heading in this country and in our society, but I know that we have to take those first steps in the right direction. Listening to Indigenous knowledge, listening to Indigenous elders, Indigenous leaders, they've told us that we need to do more for our environment, and we have to look out for future generations. That's why I believe the heart of this bill is looking at renewable energies, looking at the power of hydrogen energy, looking at what we can do to make sure that we have a sustainable future for our children. And I think that while we know that there are still fossil fuels that we burn, there are still cars out there being driven, we have to step into that direction. We have to go that direction. And so that is what I remain committed to do.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
It's a tough summer for Halifax and Nova Scotia in general, and I'd like the member to kind of reflect upon his government's policy for cell service. Back in 2018, there was a failure here in Ottawa on cell service relating to a tornado and other weather conditions. And this summer, we've seen continual failures from the large conglomerates to provide accurate and accessible cell service. So his government has been lax on rolling this out. What are they going to do next? Because we actually had an industry committee, pulled them in 2018 for hearings. The minister most recently had them come forth when Rogers had an outage And still, we don't have adequate service, and we don't have a reliable service, and it was very costly for the citizens of Nova Scotia.
Well, member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that I think that self-coverage and self-service is not only an important luxury to have, but it's an essential service for reports like the climate, like when we have the hurricanes, when we have fires, when we have floods. Self-service and those alerts are very important, and I think that what we need to do, just like what we're doing with the grocery stores, is we're calling the grocery store CEOs and saying, we need you to do more. We need the telecommunications companies to do more. And I think that all parties in this government can agree that we need to go to these telecompanies and say, this is an essential service for our riding and our community members, and we need to do more.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise on Bill C-48, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and make consequential amendments to other acts. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this is about renewable projects that will start to move forward. And coming from my neck of the woods, Windsor, Ontario, the auto industry, where we've seen Canada fall from number 2 in assembly in the world.
And the honourable member for Prince George, Caribou Prince George.
Just want to give our honourable colleague an opportunity to correct himself. I believe he's standing up talking on Bill C-48, and I think the topic today is C-49. Thank you.
We all know we're talking to Bill C-49, so just make sure we're talking to that. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At least I appreciate my colleagues listening to me, so that's good. It is Bill C-49. I appreciate the correction. We wouldn't want that let stand in the record of all the things here. So what I want to talk about is a little connection in terms of my community and renewables that are taking place, but also what's taking place with this bill in Atlantic Canada. And the reason I asked my previous question about 911 calls that were dropped is that we saw basically the East Coast suffer significantly from climate change that we're witnessing across the globe and also across Canada. Everything from wildfires to a number of different rain and other type of flooding events. And then even in my region, there's consequences that are taking place with the Great Lakes being in southern Ontario. And I think it's important when we do public policy that we start to remediate and look at some of the consequences of poor actions by Conservatives and Liberals in the past when it comes to the telco industry and communications, which are paramount in this. And I've spoken many times in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, about the fact that we are in our current problem with regards to cell phone and especially rural service because we chose to do that. So this government and the previous government set up an auction process for our spectrums. And what they did is they gobbled up over $20 billion of money from the spectrum auctions since basically year 2000. It's around $23 billion. And then what they did is they're making Canadians pay some of the highest prices because we don't have a telephone bill of rights. And at the same time, where did that money go? Successive governments from Chrétien to Martin to Harper and now our current administration that we have right now have taken and raked all that cash in and at the same time have had no regulations on prices and accountability. And the accountability part is important, Mr. Speaker, because in 2018, we witnessed a terrible situation here in Ottawa with regards to tornadoes, and we had special hearings about that because 911 was out for a period of time or was reduced in services and quality and so forth. And we know that even this past summer, the same thing just took place again in the Nova Scotia Halifax region. And shame on us for not forcing the telcos to actually provide better, reliable service. And yes, I know it's interesting because the minister, when the Rogers thing, he picked up the phone and called Rogers and said, oh yeah, when he speaks, they're going to actually listen and they're going to do something. It sounds like the grocery store plan that he has right now with the CEOs. We know it didn't work because Rogers, at the end of the day, just recently sued the Competition Bureau in a tribunal process where they're getting Canadian taxpayers' money for the Competition Bureau fighting for Canadians against the actual acquisition of Shaw. So you have a system here in place where it's run amok. And the consequences under climate change for communication are real as we move faster and quicker away from landlines, and especially with the cost of operations, people can't afford basically cell phone plans like family plans and other things and a landline anymore. So, and then other services aren't available anymore. And so it's a public interest aspect that's key and critical to our public policy, because the spectrum auction and the way that we actually roll out and have these companies abuse Canadians can all be taken in-house here. And we have seen other countries do that. But we won't do it because they lobby so hard and they basically have a hands-off policy, because we don't have a telco bill of rights that the NDP have been fighting for, and because we don't use a spectrum auction to make sure that we have lower prices, better access, and actually higher accountability. So we haven't done any of those things. And what I'm worried about, Mr. Speaker, is that with this bill here, we still have public policy that's void in the gap and the difference that we can actually improve as transition takes place with climate change. And so one of the things that's taken place in my region is with the auto sector. And before I made the mistake of saying C48, and now it's C49 we're talking about. I was mentioning about the transition in the auto sector. In my region, we were number 2 in the world in assembly, and we've dropped to 8th. And so we've had to fight back most recently, and especially because without a national auto policy, we've been slow off the mark for transitioning to a greener, cleaner auto industry. I think we did our first press conference with Joe Camartin, David Suzuki in Windsor on a green auto strategy back in 2006. And that's when also I showed the film Who Killed the Electric Car? That was original GM vehicle that was a clean, green machine that they took off the market. But what now we're seeing is finally some good transition. So yesterday we had the Parliamentary Budget Officer in front of Industry Committee, and I was asking questions because we have recent announcements on Volkswagen and Stellantis, which add up to about $28 billion. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer, mentioned that, these returns would not be as quick as the government was saying. So it was a really good hearing to get at that. But what we realized through the testimony is still was a better deal than when you look at the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And he had to basically look at the two situations as requested. And the Trans Mountain Pipeline is already up to $31 billion and has less jobs connected to it, and also has greater environmental degradation related to it. And then meanwhile, on the Volkswagen and the Stellantis deal, the money is also only guaranteed, for the most part, if there's going to be battery production. And we have to meet it because, our free market American friends have brought in the Investment Reduction Act, Inflation Reduction Act, and they are subsidizing massively their capital investments into the auto industry and other factors. In fact, they're just ramping up. I was at the national state legislators meetings this past summer, and this will be another year coming up and another year after that, with Democrats and Republicans spending more money than ever before and doing it through corporate subsidization. And that's loud because of our situation with regards to a trade agreement. So all we did was match what the U.S. did for Stellantis and Volkswagen. And thank goodness, this is a good shout out for our Unifor workers who have been at the forefront for transition for the economy for auto from day one. Dave Cassidy and others in my region, John Dagnolo, others have been out the forefront making sure that we actually have a green transition economy and we actually get some of the new plants that we're getting. And why that's important, Mr. Speaker, because those vehicles are shipped primarily in Canada and the United States and other parts of the world, and we'll actually start to be able to compete. So the point being is that at least with that transition, we're going to see some improvements in the job guarantee components and the subsidy. Some of it goes to the capital operations, but the vast majority goes to production of creating something. Whereas we know with the Trans Mountain Pipeline, I've asked him, and we didn't want to put him on a spot at the time, which investment would he choose? It's just basically out the door kind of all the time. There's no qualifications on any of that whatsoever. So it was an interesting conversation that we had yesterday. And it fits well with what we're trying to do with climate change and trying to reduce emissions on vehicles. And the auto industry has been one of the more, centralized themes of producing and creating some of the toughest things that we have to change, but they also offer some of the potential solutions. You look at some of the products that are coming out now for the auto industry with this transition with batteries and so forth, they're also becoming generators and capacity in your own home. So you actually have other subsequent issues that you can actually apply your automotive vehicle for in your house to actually reduce emissions. So there's a new future with that coming forward. And why that applies even also to this act is because it's going to help offset, other areas of climate change. And you look at Newfoundland, Labrador, Halifax, and you look at the offshore capabilities, those are also some of the things that were done in my region with regards to windmills and wind turbines. Not perfect by any means, but they're also part of the solution to continue to advance different types of energy. Now, sadly, the McGuinty government at that time and the Wind government, they brought in a bad policy that still lingers to this day on it. And so that's why we'll have to be looking to make sure that C-49 is going to be a solid bill at the end of the day and has subsequent follow-through, because what they did is they brought in some private sector proponents, and it turned into basically being a financial fundraiser when it comes to the issue of the Green Energy Act that was passed in Ontario. And so the important aspect of this is that when we see these projects and the subsidies going forward to them and the policies that are happening, is that people feel confidence in them. And that's what I'm hoping will come from this bill. And when we have some of the different types of elements that actually become real and substantial, people will support them. And I noticed a difference in my community significantly when it comes to the auto sector, because we have basically one of the most successful manufacturing plants from the Second World War building the Chrysler minivan. It's now Stellantis, but it was then at Chrysler. And it's interesting because we fought for years in this House and Chamber for basically an auto policy that would be transparent. And that's what's going to be necessary for new projects on C-49. So that was part of the discussion yesterday when we had the parliamentary budget officer in place, is that I noted that at that time we had to rescue Chryslers in the past, and that's led to a plant that still exists there today, and the government made money on it, was done right. Most recently, we've had some auto investment for helping General Motors and others, and had the Conservatives actually not cashed in the shares that they got from General Motors, we would have actually made more money on that investment. But they cashed them out early for ideological reasons, and we didn't get the return that we should have had. In fact, I stood here in this chamber when Jim Flaherty said we can't pick winners or losers, and we couldn't do anything about it, but thank goodness he did switch his position. I'm always eternally grateful for that. He was very much a hard worker and somebody that you could approach, and someone who did a lot of work for Canada. And he switched his position on that, and that's how we actually rescued General Motors at that time, despite the objections of many different people and parties. And it was a forethought that this could actually open up new investment that we're getting now, not only just in the Oshawa area, but Ingersoll and other places where we see the auto return. In fact, it's coming back to Quebec, thank goodness. The St. Therese plant closed a long time ago, and that was a shame because our auto investment in our supply chain was critical along the lines, and it was important to actually rescue that plant, but at that time, there was no support from the government, and it was unfortunately lost. And that's one of the returns we're seeing now, is they will be involved in new battery manufacturing, which is critical because Ontario and Quebec manufacturing is very solid. So when projects come forward on this bill, I'm hoping there's also going to be the potential for other provinces to tap into some of the manufacturing, supply, and servicing that's going to be required for some of the new investments for clean energy. We've seen that a number of different years in our region as parts of the manufacturing took place for the wind turbines in Windsor and Essex County, and then other places it had to be shipped in. Some of it was shipped in from overseas, but there was a lot domestically produced. So we have an advantage, hopefully right now, to start to prepare and also start to be the manufacturers of the materials, goods, services, and servicing. And as a side topic to some of this, the planning has to be done. Because when looking at energy, I have been a long-time critic of the deep repository for nuclear waste that's being proposed in the Bruce Peninsula area. They want to do this, Mr. Speaker. They want to do a record, one of the first places ever in the world to do this, bury nuclear waste next to some of the largest freshwater reserves in the world. And there's only been a couple other these facilities that have been built, and they've either caught on fire or they've leaked.
and they want to build and bury for over 100 million years. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a legacy of nuclear waste that we have to actually factor in. And so there's a decision pending on that. The government and other members have been quiet on this. I have not, because I've been there. I've seen what's happening is that the community is being greased by the nuclear industry in terms of getting extra resources and a number of different things. There's a lobbying that's going on, and that's fine, but the same issue is it has to be based upon reasonable expectations. And ironically, the original proposal was turned down by Saugeen First Nations, so what did they do? They just moved up and moved a mile off the site and then proposing a new one right there. And so the point that I have with that is that there's a legacy cost involved in all of this and servicing cost, and we have to build those in. And that's why this opportunity on Bill C-49 is important for jobs in the economy, and it's important that we actually try to get in front of some of the domestic work that we can do, and that's critical. So the climate change aspect is critical in this, because to fight back on these things, it's going to take large projects, but also small projects. It's important that we actually feel momentum, that we can control some of these measures and have an input, because everybody just turns on the TV and you see the mess that's taking place, not only just in Canada, but other places in the world. And I got a lot of young people saying, what can we really do? Well, you know, there's a lot of things that we can do, from our own behavior to our country's behavior and internationally how we respond to this. And so one of the things I have as a private member's bill on Ojibwe National Urban Park is to do that, is to actually create a green space that is actually going to stop flooding. It's going to soak up the resources that are the negative with regards to the water and the spillage that can take place into industrial areas and also homes and other residential areas. And it's also going to have an effect for 200 of Canada's 500 endangered species. And so when we look at these projects that are taking place and they'll go forward with Bill C-49, I'm hoping they also get community benefits. And I want to talk about community benefits a little bit about this, because if the bill then concludes with some of those elements later on, it doesn't have it in now, and that's why local members from that area should be fighting tooth and nail for this addition to it. It's going to provide control and supports for the community. So my first public meeting to get a new border crossing in Windsor was 1998, and we went for a long period of time. We fought off an American billionaire who wanted to twin the Ambassador Bridge and ram it right through the city of the West End and cut us off. We fought off OMERS, one of the largest pension funds, who wanted to put a new truck right through South Windsor and destroy the environment with a truck route. And we finally got a compromise for a new bridge. And part of the new bridge includes community benefits on both the Canadian and the American side. And those community benefits allow the community also to opt into these larger projects. So it's a $5 billion project. All we could get was $10 million on both sides, but at least it started. It was historic. It was the first time it was done. But the $10 million goes into community fund, where other projects then emerge, and the conservation money, there's money for homes with regards to greening, offsetting the damage of the construction that's taking place, inclusion of projects that will build a legacy. And all those communal things make people feel better and stronger about the massive investment that they get with regards to an energy project or something else. So I'm hoping that there's going to be an opportunity for community benefits to be put into this bill to ensure people there get to see what we have seen so strong in our area. And again, the community benefits process is everything from not only just the project getting done, but constant community consultation about what those things would be and control. So that's critical when it comes to having some empowerment, so that the people feel stronger about the investments, but also the value when they look out and they'll see the windmills and they'll see some of the changes that physically take place. And that was the concern that we had with regards to ours. And what also has to happen, and the reason I mentioned the nuclear component and the legacy costs, is we still are, Mr. Speaker, looking at what do we do with the end of the life cycle of a windmill and wind turbine. So we did have some testifying at industry committee most recently about this, and I asked about those things. There's no real plan for any of that right now, because what we don't want to have is to basically have to rip things down and ship them hundreds of miles somewhere else on large transportation platforms that create more greenhouse gas emissions just to be recycled. We have to think about a long-term plan, because now Windsor, Essex County, and Chatham-Kent has a scattering of windmills across it, creating green energy. But eventually their lifespan is going to cease and they will either need refurbishment, replacement, or recycling. So these are important elements that we should be billing into the cost of things. It's kind of the argument the NDP have been making for years on manufacturing is extended producer liability. And as I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, that's critical because with public funds involved, it's not just the cost of the moment. And this is what federal governments have been really particularly abusive in the past. Getting in on the capital of something at the very beginning and then walking away from the operation and the legacy afterwards. We've seen this even with the housing industry, as so many market rental units right now need fixing up. And as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I'm appreciative of the opportunity to speak on this bill because my region has a connection through the work that's been done. But I want to conclude by this, and again, by saying we have to take seriously the public infrastructure that we had. And why I started with telco on this is because climate change is going to require us to be quicker, faster, more responsive, and no longer should governments be letting these three giants run their way with the rest of Canada.
Before we go to questions and comments, I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a point of order to briefly provide additional information in the question of privilege I raised yesterday. I would like to point out that the government failed to disclose over $200,000 in costs incurred for the Prime Minister's ski trip to Montana in order paper question responses not once but at least twice. In the government's response to Q 1417, which was filed by the member from Megantic-Larab and signed off by the then Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and the current Speaker of the House, Part F of the question clearly asks, are there any costs incurred or expected to be incurred by the government related to the trip that are not included in the response, and to A, and if so, what are those costs or expected costs broken down by item and type of expense? The government was clearly aware of the extra $200,000 in costs that would be incurred, yet they failed to provide that information in the response. In a second order paper answer, this time of Q 1582, which was also filed by the member from Megantic-Larab, the government was given a second chance to provide the real cost of the Prime Minister's trip, yet again they failed to do so. So this is a pattern. I ask that it be considered that the that the government misled the House in both instances, in both order paper question answered, and that both instances be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Of course, we'll add that to the investigation that we'll be doing. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I look at Bill C-49 as an opportunity where we have consensus of a very important region of the nation. And, you know, our regions look for economic development, prosperity, and I look at the Accord, what we're debating today, as something that has virtually universal support. We want to see this legislation pass. We've seen numerous members of the Atlantic Liberal Caucus actually speak to the legislation and the importance of the legislation. The question that I have for the member is that given the wide spectrum of support for the legislation, is he at all surprised that the Conservatives seem to want to sit on the legislation or not being outspoken in favor of seeing the legislation in its first place?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't speak for the Conservatives and that, but I will say that when we have an opportunity, we have to seize it with this type of support coming from the provinces. And time is of the essence on this. Climate change is not going to wait for parliamentary procedure. Climate change is not going to wait for us and this government to get its act together with regards to how it deals with telcos and making sure that they provide proper 911 service for people during emergencies. And that's why I'd like to seize upon the value added that we can get in this bill, whether it being the community benefits that I mentioned, or whether it's being more specific and demanding the telcos to actually be more accountable for their actions because people's lives are at risk.
Questions and comments? Christian Kamaltar, the Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to highlight some Nova Scotians who might be affected by this Bill C-49, even though the member from Windsor West really didn't. My friend and former physician colleague, Bo Belois, and his family have been named Provincial Woodlot Owners of the Year. They have a round barn, they have Angus beef, and they are renowned in the region for what they do. Thank you to Bo and Laura for what they do. Next, I would like to highlight Jeremy Dobson and Justin McKay, who have created the first significant Afghanistan memorial in my riding. Finally, a heartfelt and condolences to my assistant, Holly Miller, whose father sadly passed. Her father, Gary, would be significantly affected by Bill C-49, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for letting me highlight those folks.
Well, I guess we got questions and comments. Maybe the honourable member for Windsor West with some kind of reply.
Yeah, I'm sure they're really good people, and it's nice that we know their names, but we never heard any of the effect on them. And I would say that that's the most important issue to the members, to really know and pronounce the effect on them in this Parliament, because that's where we want amelioration for those that are affected. And I think that's critical, is that when they have change takes place, there could be some offsets that are taking, negativity to people in their life and their businesses and so forth, and they should be respected for that and compensated.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My perspective on C-49, when we're talking about climate change, it's like we're facing a bathtub that's about to run over. And if we talk about offshore wind, it's like they gave us a spoon to try to empty the bathtub. But at the same time, this bill allows us to keep the tap fully on. So that's what we're doing. We're doubling oil production off Newfoundland. So I'd like to hear from my colleague whether he thinks whether this bill, beyond the local benefits, whether this bill would really enable us to attack the root of the problem.
Windsor West.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that question. I think it will, because now we have support for alternative energy that we didn't have in the past that needs to be brought forth. And that's part of how to actually move forward on these initiatives. It is a good, legitimate concern, there's no doubt. But we need to actually move forward where there's consensus on clean energy. And then for my region, there still was some very much big concerns with regards to wind because of the effects of soil and potential issues underneath that were expressed. So these are all things that need to be kept in mind. And what I'm saying in the past is that there's other expenses we need to make sure we plan for, the legacy costs. So that's where I think the member really needs to have the focus in terms of the comments being strong, but also understanding is that there's a cost for all these things in the forefront that need to be countered as well, too.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give a specific quote, and this is to follow up with the question. This is from the Conservative Natural Resources critic on CBC back on September 21st of this year. And she's quoting the legislation as another step in a long line of liberal laws and policies since 2015 that appears destined to drive investment out of Canada with more uncertainty, red tape, and extended and costly timelines. This is legislation that is supported by Atlantic provinces. Mr. Speaker, there is a consensus. I wish the Conservative Party would listen to what the people in the region are saying, along with the members of Parliament that are reflecting the desire to see this legislation passed. My question to the member is, does he not recognize, or would he not agree, I should say, that the Conservative Party needs to stand up for that Atlantic region and get behind this important piece of legislation?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, but I can't really comment on the Conservatives and what their intentions are. But I can tell you this, is that from my experience is when you actually have the provinces united behind that in their region, or a region even in particular, you have to act on it quick because that consensus may not stay. And even greening the auto energy sector, Mr. Speaker, was very difficult in many respects because people think they're going to lose their jobs and they're going to be transitioned out altogether. And we've seen, remarkable compromise and work on the union movement to make sure that they understand they want jobs for not just the now, but also the future. And they're willing to go through that transition, and they're willing to go through that process at risk to them and their families. But they know so that the alternative is even worse because of the consequences of climate change. So it is critical we move on this right now and respect the provincial jurisdictions that are there and work with the cooperative environment that we have. And that's going to take compromise on all parts. And Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude with this. It is, once again, time of the essence because either this House could fall at some point or their houses could fall at some point. That consensus may disappear and we'll lose out on the opportunity. And then other people, other places will make decisions for us.
Question to the Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since our honourable colleague from Winnipeg North is into reading into the record quotes from members of Parliament. I'd like to read into the record a quote from a Liberal MP that after 8 years of Justin Trudeau, or of this Prime Minister, a Liberal MP is finally admitting the harm that has been caused by his Prime Minister's punishing policies. He said this just last night: "I think it's the carbon tax that's hurting them, our constituents, a fair bit. Everywhere I go, people come up to me and say, you know, we're losing faith in the Liberal Party. I've had people tell me they can't afford to buy groceries, they can't afford to heat our homes, and that's hard to hear from, Mr. Speaker. So through you to our honourable colleague, I appreciate his comments about the telecoms, but this carbon tax is making life more unaffordable for Canadians. What's he have to say about that and his party's inclination?"
All right, well, we are out of time, but maybe I'll just a 10-second response to the honourable member for Windsor West.
Yeah, I didn't quote anybody in my speech, and so I guess that I won't even answer the question since I didn't quote anybody. That member hopefully will listen to my next speech.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honour the life of Londoner Claude Pensa, who sadly passed away recently at the age of 93. The proud son of Italian immigrants, he never forgot his roots, and his family was incredibly proud of him as a result. They're also proud of him for practicing the law for 57 years, namely at the firm he co-founded, Harrison Pensa. Widely respected for his skills as a litigator, he was a recipient of the Law Society Medal for his contributions to the field, for example. He also found ways to mentor young lawyers, shaping not only their careers for the better, but for their lives for the better as well, Mr. Speaker. But what was especially admired was his compassion. Along with his wife Elaine, they formed Lawyers Feed the Hungry in 2003, and since that time, Mr. Speaker, $500,000 has been raised by that campaign in support of local hunger relief programs. He was an extraordinary person. He touched everyone's lives for the positive. He's not forgotten in London, nor will he ever be. And I had the opportunity to know him a little bit, Mr. Speaker. I won't forget the advice he gave me just before I became elected in 2015 for the first time. Thank you so much, Claude. We will miss you.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, this week Rider Nation lost one of its all-time greats. George Reed, number 34 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, passed away just 1 day shy of his 84th birthday. George played all 13 seasons of his CFL career for the Green and White, from 1963 to 1975. During this time, his on-field performance was nothing short of incredible. He was the regular season MVP in 1965, the Grey Cup MVP in 1966, and his 134 rushing touchdowns is a CFL record that still stands to this day. After retiring from football, George continued to make Saskatchewan his home, devoting himself to charitable causes such as the Special Olympics. For his charitable work and for his football career, George was awarded the Order of Canada. When the Saskatchewan Roughriders pay tribute to George at tomorrow's game in Regina, I'm sure he will be looking down on us, smiling, and cheering on the Green and White.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today marks a profound moment for human rights, women's rights, and Iranians' people for freedom. With the backdrop of a 16-year-old girl, Armita Garavan, currently in coma for the past 2 days, early this morning we heard that the distinguished 2023 Nobel Peace Prize has been awarded to Narges Mohammadi, an Iranian human rights activist, for her dedication to fighting for human rights and women's rights over the past 3 decades. Narges Mohammadi, who is currently in prison, has been campaigning for Iran for over 3 decades against systematic discrimination and oppression of women in Iran and fighting for freedom and democracy. Her brave fight has come with tremendous personal cost. She's been arrested 13 times, convicted 5 times, and cumulatively sentenced to more than 30 years in prison. As she's held captive, this recognition provides an enduring testament to her tireless civic and peaceful work. Today, yet again, we witness the fueling flame of the women life freedom movement, and its torch now igniting the hearts and spirit of brave women across the world. In Narges's own word, "Azadi asan nist, vali qat'i ist." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
I thank 3 Inuit for inspiring my speech. Bernadette Miqosak Dean is an artist, and I met her before she pursued her artistic talents, and I have always admired her for her strength. Annie Curley blends her comedic sense of humor with teaching she learned as an Inuk with bird sounds she imitates in her crafts. Ashton Kablutsak is my son's cousin. I recently discovered his talent for drawing complicated art pieces that showcases his pride as an Inuk. They shared with me the shifts they are helping to create in becoming productive adults wanting to help each other. That shift must be from always talking about intergenerational trauma to talking about intergenerational love. I encourage all Indigenous peoples to let go of the anger and pain they hold on to. We must pass on intergenerational love to our children and grandchildren. Let us speak up and show that we are still here.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, almost 20 years ago, shortly after immigrating from Lebanon, Majdi Bou Matar founded Empty Space, an incredible arts organization in Waterloo region that centers marginalized and racialized artists and stories in our community. His goal at the time was to establish an international theater festival within 10 years. Sadly, Majdi passed away suddenly last June, and our community continues to grieve his loss. But Empty Space has shifted what we consider mainstream theater in our community, and the festival Majdi envisioned years ago continues to grow. This year marked Empty Space's full return to live and in-person theater with Impact 23. Over the course of 6 days, they pretty much took over downtown Kitchener, bringing together artists from 8 different countries to stage 20 productions indoors and outdoors. To Pam and the entire Empty Space team and board, thanks for your leadership, for challenging our preconceptions of theater, and your tireless work creating space for voices that need to be heard. Thank you.
L'Honorable Député de Vimy.
Mr. Speaker, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight an important organization, Pink in the City, that has been supporting breast cancer awareness for over 17 years. And on October 27th, Pink in the City will be hosting its annual Magic of Hope Gala in my riding of Vimy. To date, it has raised over $2 million for cancer research, state-of-the-art medical equipment, and programs that promote wellness and research for metastatic breast cancer. Monsieur le Président, le cancer du sein peut...
Mr. Speaker, breast cancer can affect us all when it affects our mothers, sisters, and daughters. In Canada, 1 woman in 8 is likely to develop breast cancer during her lifetime. We know that the key to treatment is early detection.
It is important that we support those around us and do everything we can to prevent it. I encourage all members to do whatever they can to support the fight against breast cancer this month and year-round. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians and victims' families want answers. They want accountability, and they want transparency from this Liberal government. For 5 months, the Liberals have done everything in their power to prevent the Public Safety Committee from investigating the transfer of notorious killer Paul Bernardo from a maximum security prison. Canadians deserve to know why this was allowed to happen. Victims' families deserve to know why they were only consulted after this transfer took place. And all of us need to know why this Liberal government sat on this information for months until it was already too late to take action. After 8 years under these Liberals, the rights and privileges of mass killers has taken priority over the rights of victims and their families to receive basic care and consideration. Conservatives won't let the Liberals sweep this scandal under the rug. We're going to stand up for victims and their families and make sure they get the answers they deserve.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I was honored to represent the constituents of Windsor-Tecumseh at the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation on Parliament Hill. As Chief Mary Duckworth of Caldwell First Nation says, reconciliation is not just a word, it must be an action. This past summer, Caldwell First Nation broke ground on their first new housing development, supported by a $10 million investment from our federal housing initiative. And thanks to the leadership of Chief Duckworth, Chief Miskokoman of Walpole Island First Nation, and the incredible staff at Parks Canada, Ojibwe National Urban Park will soon become the first national park in Ontario to be officially co-managed by First Nations. Truth and reconciliation is a difficult journey, but it is the right one, and it is one we must walk together. There is more work ahead, but I am proud our community is walking the path of reconciliation and working in partnership and respect with Indigenous peoples to preserve and protect our natural habitat forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, October 1st was National Seniors Day. Last Friday, I met with 3 members of the National Pensioners Federation to hear about their concerns and hopes for the rights and well-being of aging people in this country. According to Statistics Canada, Canadians aged 85 and older could triple to almost 2.5 million people over the next 25 years. Many of these citizens are in my province of British Columbia, where individuals 65 and older make up nearly 20% of the population. Challenges such as the pandemic, accountability for caretakers, and the effects of climate change on human health are issues of concern for this demographic and those who care for them. The National Pensioners Federation is currently working towards a draft motion for the United Nations regarding the proposed Convention on the Rights of Older Persons, which would emphasize the critical importance of these issues. As we move into new chapters for Canada, let us honour the rights of older persons and work hard to ensure people possess the tools and care to navigate aging with security and dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the government still has no answer for inflation. And worse, it wants to handcuff Canadians with its second carbon tax. The government keeps saying that the carbon tax doesn't affect Quebec, but that's not correct. The first carbon tax affects Quebecers indirectly and the second one directly. Quebec is not self-sufficient. We need a lot of products from all over the country. When the carbon tax is applied to these provinces, the cost of products goes up. If we tax farmers, processors, and transporters, it's obvious that prices go up. Food banks in my constituency are struggling to keep up with demand. The worst thing is that the Bloc Québécois is supporting these measures and making it worse. It costs a lot to vote for the Bloc. They proved it twice, on June 5 and last Wednesday, when they voted in favor of the carbon tax. Even worse, they want to radically increase it and make things worse for Canadians, rather. Enough's enough. It's time for common sense Conservatives to fix what the Liberal Bloc coalition broke.
The
honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, for many Canadians, this long weekend marks the start of the fall season. Many will spend their weekend raking leaves, harvesting what they grew this summer, and hopefully eating a delicious meal surrounded by friends and family.
We all recognize that this hasn't been an easy year for Canadians and that many are struggling with the high cost of living. That is why I'm so thankful to live in and represent a community whose members take care of one another, look out for their neighbours, and are always there to lend a hand when someone needs it. So today I say thanks, and I give thanks for the incredible generosity of the citizens of Longueuil-Charlemagne. J'adresse un chaleureux merci à tous.
My warmest thanks to all those who make a difference in my life by their presence, including all of you, dear colleagues, here in the House today. I wish a happy Thanksgiving to all my fellow citizens.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. For too many, Thanksgiving is a painful reminder of the difficult times they're facing after 8 years under this NDP Liberal government. Let's take a trip around the Thanksgiving table. Potatoes up 77%, carrots 74%, cabbage 70%, turkey up 67%. A family of 4 will pay over $16,000 for groceries this year, all thanks to the heartless carbon taxes that are increasing inflation. When you tax the farmers who grow the food, and you tax the trucker who ships the food, then you tax everyone who buys the food. Well, you end up with a result that is Canada being less competitive and less prosperous than it was 8 years ago. Canadians know that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost, but it doesn't have to be this way. This weekend, I am giving thanks for being part of our common sense Conservative team. When we win the responsibility of serving Canadians, we will axe the carbon taxes to bring down the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. Happy Thanksgiving. We'll bring it home.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Iran's terror regime has done it again. Another young woman, this time a 16-year-old girl, was beaten before entering Iran's subway system. by Iran's so-called morality police. Armida Gheravan, a young Kurdish woman from Kermanshah in Rojhelat, was beaten for not wearing a hijab and now lies in a coma in intensive care. Her story is eerily similar to the brutal beating of Gina Mahsa Amini, who died at the hands of the same morality police just over a year ago. And today marks a day when jailed Iranian activist Narges Mohammadi has been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, Mohammadi is a prominent human rights activist and vice president of Defenders for the Human Rights Center. She remains jailed by the regime, but this award serves as a slap in the face of Khamenei and the regime that he leads, that Narges continues to bravely fight. The Liberal government has to do more. Words are not enough. They need to act, take actions, delegitimize the Iranian regime. No more international forums, no more sporting events, and list the IRGC as a terror group. Jin Jiyan Azadi, Zen Zindagi Azadi.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I attended an event on National Day for Truth and Reconciliation at the Durham Community Health Centre. At that event, a residential school survivor shared his experience and healing journey. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge Bernard Nelson, a residential school survivor from the Ibamatong First Nation north of Thunder Bay, who dug deep into his painful past and told his story for over an hour. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I was horrified to hear a first-hand account of the abuse that this man had suffered, having been separated from his mother at a very young age, being physically, sexually, and psychologically abused at the residential school, and regularly beaten and taught to feel like he didn't belong and was worthless. As this courageous man opened up and told his story from his early years through to an adulthood filled with substance use and justice system involvement and the corresponding impacts on his family and children, he painted a portrait of the legacy of residential schools in Canada. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart how grateful I was to Bernard Nelson for speaking his truth and for the opportunity to hear his story.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
In the face of increased global conflict and natural disasters, it's now more important than ever to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces have the support they need to do the difficult and dangerous work we ask them to do on our behalf every day. With this Liberal government now talking austerity and cuts, we need to make sure that serving members, their families, and DND employees don't pay the price of pursuing cutbacks instead of fair taxes. Under the guise of updating Canada's military housing support, this government has already announced it will be taking $30 million out of the pockets of military families. This cut will hit particularly hard in communities like mine, where rental prices continue to soar and there's a serious lack of on-base housing. Cuts like this don't just damage the well-being of serving families, they compromise Canada's military operations. We already have a staffing crisis in the Canadian Forces with at least 10,000 vacant positions, and thus our military readiness is compromised. One thing Canada can't afford is making life harder for those who serve and for their families.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, it's too early to put your festive spirit away. Festival season stretching out a little longer this year. Drummondville is going to be pulsing to the beat of traditional music in an ambience reminiscent of New Orleans. It's the second edition of the Festival Trad-Cajun in Woodyat Park. Organizer Steve Veilleux put together a sizzling lineup featuring Salbarbe, Nicolas Pellerin, Les Grands Hurleurs, Lendemain de Veille, and many more. The atmosphere will be festive, as Drummond is known for. But the cultural community is not in a festive mood. Right now, show presenters and festival organizers are getting nothing but bad news from the government. Cuts of 25 to 30% of their funding, often announced at the very last second. They deserve our support. Culture deserves our support. More than that, better than that, and faster than that. To festival organizers and concert promoters, thank you for promoting our artists. To Steve Veilleux and his team, I wish you a wild weekend. Long live the Festival Trad-Cajun.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, this week I introduced my first bill, C-358, here in the House of Commons. This bill removes the GST from the Liberal carbon tax. Simply put, it removes the tax from the tax. After 8 years of this Liberal government, more and more Canadians are struggling to survive due to the rising costs of everyday goods. The Liberal carbon tax is yet to achieve a single emissions target. It is clear the Liberal carbon tax is not is a tax plan, not an environmental plan. This tax on fuel, groceries, and home heating is bad enough, but for GST to be charged afterward just adds insult to injury. The positive impact of this legislation would be felt across the country, especially in rural regions like Bruce Grey Owen Sound, where cars, trucks, and tractors are a necessity and not a choice. I encourage colleagues from all parties to side with my common sense bill and provide all Canadians with some relief by removing this tax on a tax. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal carbon tax is simply not worth the cost. Axe the tax.
Hear, 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 hear. The honourable member for Glengarry's Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président, je me lève en chambre afin de reconnaître une...
I rise today to recognize someone who I met through my life, Christian Lamoureux, the husband, the father, and my friend. For many years, he fought cancer. In spite of the effects that treatment can have on patients, Christian kept his smile and his sense of optimism. Thank you for the many times we spent at the cottage. Thank you for the number of times you made us laugh. I will always remember that night at Jason's when you got our entire gang together to find your wallet, and then you found it the next morning where you left it in your bag. Christian, last Friday, the boys asked you what we could do for you. You told us to enjoy life to 100%. That is a testament to your altruistic love, even when you're suffering. Thank you for being part of our lives. And my most sincere condolences to your spouse, your children, and your family. Christian, we told you we'll see you later, and we're waiting for you to organize the hockey pool one day when we join you.
Now, before we get going, I just want to remind everyone when it comes to SO31s to try to keep them under the 1 minute, the 60 seconds, because there was a few of them that did go a little bit over. Also, the reminder: we're asking questions in our seats and we're answering the questions in our seats, because I know I see a lot of people moving around in the chamber. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
3 weeks ago, the Prime Minister made a promise that grocery prices would come down in time for Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, an article just out on the Canadian Press today, prices haven't gone down, and you're going to continue to see fairly large sticker shock on items. This is Canada after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, Mr. Speaker, but it gets worse. The article goes on to say some people will be looking at alternatives, so they might not have a big family gathering. Happy Thanksgiving, Canada, brought to you by this Liberal NDP government. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise and get grocery prices down?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, we've heard loud and clear from Canadians across this country that grocery prices need to come down. Our government gets up every morning, is working hard every day to lower those prices or stabilize those prices. Not only did we call the top largest 5 grocery CEOs to Ottawa, we got them on board to work on action plans that would help stabilize food prices for Canadians. That's just what they've done. We're seeing those actions roll out with price reductions and discounts on a basket of basic goods, and we look forward to future developments.
Well, member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, that's just entirely not accurate. None of the prices are going down. I just read an article in the Canadian Press. Canadians know that all the prices are going up. In fact, the Ottawa Mission is now asking for turkeys. Why? Because the price of a turkey has gone up 67% as a result of 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. The Prime Minister made a promise 3 weeks ago, so I'm going to ask again, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise to get grocery prices down so Canadians can have an affordable Thanksgiving, or is he just going to go back and hide in Rideau Cottage like he recently did?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is taking action with grocery CEOs. They've gotten on board. They've produced plans. They're rolling out measures. Though they don't know what each other are going to do, they're going to be competing to bring down and stabilize those prices. There's many measures that will move forward in weeks and days to come. And this is good news for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, because grocery CEOs and those chains are now competing to stabilize food prices for Canadians.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, that reminds me of when you would say things like the wheels are in motion, the check's in the mail, all those kinds of things. You know, Canadians can't eat a plan. Canadians can't eat the photo op that the Prime Minister took with grocery CEOs because the facts are the facts. Grocery prices are way up and they continue to go up despite these alleged plans and photo ops. Onions up 69%, potatoes up 76%, oranges up 77%, and turkeys up 67%. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise? It's not hard. He made that promise. Or will he just go off at another $200,000 vacation at taxpayer expenses in Montana?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
I know it must be hard for the leader of the Conservative Party to really empathize with Canadians when surely he doesn't pay for turkeys at Stornoway. We know they're free. On federal leadership, we've demonstrated leadership and brought this 5 largest grocery chains to Ottawa, and we are moving forward with them to lower and stabilize food prices for Canadians. Those grocery chains are demonstrating Canadians will really be the judge of how satisfied they are with those decreases.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, everything is more expensive in Canada. But Thanksgiving is only 2 days away, and few people are in the mood to celebrate. The Prime Minister made some promises. 3 weeks ago, he said food prices would come down for Thanksgiving. Another broken promise. But what will happen is that there will be a second carbon tax, and this will be enthusiastically supported by the Bloc Québécois. If people vote Bloc, they'll pay for it. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are, as my colleague already said, we've already begun the work with the major grocery chains. They will work with us. Prices will come down for Canadians. And what's more, we know that investments in climate change will produce results for Canadians. So we're going to work together to improve Canadians' quality of life. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. I'd like to congratulate the member opposite, the parliamentary secretary, on the quality of his French. Congratulations and thank you for making that effort. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker, because what he said was not quite consistent with reality. Prices are going up. The Prime Minister said they would go down. It's not true. There are always sales at this time of year, but the Liberals are too greedy. They want to raise taxes. That's the worst thing to do when people are struggling. When are they going to do the right thing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are working with grocery stores, with the industry, but when directions are given, when the instructions are given to lower prices, that's what they're going to do. They've started doing so already. Canadians will see this in the days to come. That's the fact. The Conservatives can say whatever they want. They can shout for all they're worth. But they're not really doing anything for Canadians. Our plan will improve things for Canadians. The honourable member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, this week Radio-Canada profiled foreign workers exploited by the multinational corporation New Rest. They were told, come to Canada on a tourist visa, work for us, and we'll give you a work permit later. This, of course, was not true, and they are subjected to illegal working conditions under threat of deportation. According to the Centre des Travailleurs Immigrants, 400 people in 2 years have fallen victim to the same trap after being recruited by an employment agency, Agence Trésor. Has the Immigration Minister taken charge of this issue?
Temporary foreign workers is unacceptable. Everyone deserves to work in safe, healthy, and dignified conditions. Under our watch, we have mandated that employers provide all TFWs with information about their rights in Canada, prohibited reprisal by employers against workers who come forward with complaints, and prohibited employers from charging recruitment fees to workers. We know there is more work to do, Mr. Speaker. That's why we are strengthening our integrity measures, to ensure that temporary foreign workers live and work in a safe and decent environment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, the report talks about a specific case, but it's hard to believe that's the only one. It's even harder to believe that Immigration Canada has the situation under control, having lost track of 1 million temporary immigrants. Obviously, we need to prevent this illegal exploitation in our country and crack down on criminal enterprises. But the minister must also make it known abroad that this practice is a trap. Once again, my question for the minister, what's he doing to put an end to this disgusting exploitation?
Of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, temporary foreign workers have the same rights to workplace protections as Canadians. We have a requirement that employers and recruiters cannot charge or recover recruitment fees to TFWs, for example. We launched the Migrant Worker Support Program to assist TFWs in learning about and exercising their rights. We will continue engaging migrant worker support organizations, employers, and other partners to further strengthen protections for Canada's temporary foreign workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
A glacial pace. That is how a recent report described the speed at which the Liberals have been moving to implement the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. An average of just 2 calls to action per year. At this rate, it will take 42 years to complete all of them. For a government that says they're committed to reconciliation, their actions tell a different story. When will this government pick up the pace and ensure that all the calls to action are implemented without delay?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, let's roll back the tape a bit. In 2015, when we were elected, the former Conservative government refused to meet with Indigenous leaders in this country. In fact, Indigenous leaders could not meet with the Prime Minister, could not move forward an agenda of reconciliation whatsoever. In fact, the previous Prime Minister said that an inquiry into the murdered and missing Indigenous women in this country was not on his radar. We have moved, Mr. Speaker, in tangible ways, including in equity, and we will continue to do that hard work.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
That was a disappointing response, but I'll turn to a question on uncovered hundreds of the searches that have uncovered hundreds of children's graves at former residential schools across the country. As communities grieve, they are looking for answers. Due to a lack of clarity from all levels of government, these families can't access the records they deserve. Even the government's special interlocutor is experiencing barriers. When will this government take responsibility and give Indigenous peoples the funding and access to information they need towards healing?
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Nunavut for that question. Residential schools are a sad reality in Canada's history, and their painful legacy continues to be felt today across Canada. We're working in partnership to provide the resources needed as communities continue to the very important and challenging work of locating, identifying, and commemorating the remains of those who were stolen from their families and prevented from coming home. As of today, we have supported 117 commemoration and search projects for a total of $160.4 million. As more potential burial sites are found at former residential schools, we remain committed to supporting communities in addressing their own priorities as they work to...
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Canadians are hurting, and as we head into Thanksgiving, food banks are on the front line of the cost of living and food insecurity crisis created by 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. In Barrie, food bank usage is up 94% in 1 year. Executive Director Sharon Palmer told Simco.com this week, with rents where they are, the price of gas and food where they are, we're seeing more families who are struggling. There's no evidence anywhere that the Prime Minister's promise that he made 3 weeks ago has lowered grocery prices. So where are the grocery prices and why haven't they been lowered?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member, for his question. You know, our government is the only group in this only party in this House that is prepared to take action. We have called in the CEOs of the largest grocery chains. They have come back with a response. We have worked with the manufacturers. They are coming back with a response. These responses are going to result in a direct benefit to Canadians in lower prices, and that work is going to continue. We're going to hold them to account. We're going to keep holding them to account so that the affordability that Canadians deserve is delivered to them.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Promise hasn't been kept. The cost of living and food insecurity crisis created after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government has also hit families hard as they go to buy turkey this weekend. Prices for turkeys have shot up 67% since 2015. On top of that, potatoes are up 77%, while carrots are up 74% in the same time. The legend of the bird's power to induce sleepiness, a sort of turkey coma, is proving to be a myth as Canadians have now awakened to the fact that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So where are the lower grocery prices that he promised 3 weeks ago?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government is fighting for Canadians on affordability every step of the way. We're fully seized with addressing the affordability challenges that Canadians are facing. We've called in the top 5 grocery chain CEOs to help stabilize food prices. They've come up with plans that they're now implementing. The fact that Conservatives call that a photo op, I think a decisive action for Canadians. A photo op says more about them, Mr. Speaker, than it does about us. Regardless of Conservative attacks, we will keep pressing on and fighting for affordability for Canadians.
That's great. We sort of made it nice and quiet until question 12. Congratulations to everyone. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, our Global News published a report just last week that over 7 million Canadians are struggling to put food on their tables. So let's talk turkey. Under the last Conservative government, turkey cost only $2.49 a pound, but under these Liberals, it's $1.49 that Canadians have to pay. That's a 67% increase. The Liberal NDP carbon tax is hurting everyday Canadians who are just trying to have a nice Thanksgiving dinner with their families. After 8 long years of these Liberals, Canadians have had enough. So why aren't these Liberals axing the carbon tax so Canadians can bring home affordable dinners this Thanksgiving weekend?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, for days and days I listened to Conservatives across the way filibuster a bill that will really make a difference. When you talk about competition, as a government, we want to see competition. That's one of the reasons why we called to the Ottawa, the 5 major grocery chains. What do the Conservatives say? It's an op. When it comes to legislation, what do? Talk, Mr. Speaker. They're not prepared to get behind Canadians when they need to be there in a very real and tangible way. Stand up and vote for the legislation.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
That sounded like a bunch of gobbledygook. In my writing, some of the best turkey producers are in all of Canada. But the Liberal NDP carbon tax is increasing the cost to feed their turkeys and heat their barns. When the Liberals tax the farmers who grow the food and tax the trucker who ships the food, Canadians have to pay more to buy the food. Canadians know that this Liberal NDP coalition is just not worth the cost. So will the Prime Minister stop his photo ops, get back to work, and axe the carbon tax, or is he just going to wreck Thanksgiving for everyone?
Exactly. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague that the dairy farmers of Canada have committed that to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. The Egg Farmers Association of Canada have also announced that they want to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. The Grain Growers Association of Canada, Mr. Speaker, have also committed to reach net zero by 2050. Farmers understand how climate change is impacting their sector and how we need to put measures in place to fight it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, Canada is in debt, torn apart and humiliated. Despite this, the Bloc Québécois is supporting the Liberals on the carbon tax 2.0. They've even voted in favour of this tax twice. Now, the Bloc is calling for the tax to be radically increased. If you vote for the Bloc, you'll pay for it. With Thanksgiving just around the corner, what does the government intend to do to ensure that Canadians can have the nice dinner they were promised? The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think a lot of Canadians are wondering why the Conservative Party of Canada is supporting the Alberta Premier, Danielle Smith. $30 billion is at risk. They say they're in favor of clean energy and the free market. So why is that party preventing progress? And are they going to do this in Quebec too? Will the Conservatives oppose the development of clean energy in Quebec, in Nova Scotia, and in Ontario? I think Canadians are entitled to know. The honourable member for Bellechasse. The Liberals' inflationary taxes supported by the Bloc are having a serious impact. According to a recent survey, 46% of consumers buy on price at the expense of quality, and 63% fear these choices will have a negative impact on their health. And contrary to what the Bloc would have us believe, the Carbon Tax 2.0 applies in Quebec and raises the cost of everything. It's simple, Mr. Speaker. Can this government show some empathy and cancel both carbon taxes? It's very simple. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. What I find incomprehensible, Mr. Speaker, is that in 2023 there's a party aspiring to form government with no plan to fight climate change. They have nothing to say to the tens of thousands of Quebecers who were affected by floods, by wildfires, and so on, who were displaced in Quebec and elsewhere in the country. But the Bloc is saying, the Conservative Party, rather, is saying, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make pollution free. We're going to encourage people to pollute even more, to pollute our air, to pollute our water, and to undermine our health. That's the Conservative Party's plan. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, our small and medium-sized businesses can't repay their emergency account loans on time after being squeezed by inflation. If the federal government doesn't offer them flexibility, 250,000 of them will go bankrupt next year, according to the Federation of Independent Businesses. The Quebec National Assembly has heard their desperate plea and is unanimously calling on the federal government to substantially extend the deadline for repayment of loans granted through the emergency account. Mr. Speaker, will the government listen to the National Assembly and do something about this?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that we recognize is the small businesses in Canada is the backbone of our Canadian economy in all regions of our country. That is one of the reasons why we developed during the pandemic programs such as loan supports, rent supports, wage losses supports, Mr. Speaker, because we understand the importance of small businesses to Canada. The Minister will continue to work with small business to ensure that we're there to have their back and protect our jobs into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, that's not clear. We're talking about the emergency account. The National Assembly is all saying the same thing. We're heading for 250,000 small businesses going bankrupt unless Ottawa assesses each case and offers deferrals as needed. If the federal government thinks it's going to get its money back faster with 250,000 bankruptcies, they're mistaken. If the federal government thinks it's profitable to put the employees of all those companies out of work, they're wrong. When will this government see reason? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
We had made an announcement just recently that saw a bit of an extension. We are very much aware of the pains that small businesses are experiencing, due in good part because of the pandemic. And as I say, as a government, whether it's been reducing taxes for small businesses, whether it's been there to support them in regards to, as made reference to rent subsidies, wage losses, CEBA loans, the Government of Canada is there for small businesses because we recognize just how important they are to our economy in all regions of our country.
The honourable member for Coastal Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal coalition has driven demand for food banks to a 42-year high. The Liberal MP for Avalon said, "I've had people tell me they can't afford to buy groceries." CTV News has reported that a large number of people can't afford Thanksgiving dinner this year. For those people, especially, and this Prime Minister to them is not worth the cost. So, will he axe the carbon tax to lower prices, or will he break his promise to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, what I find ironic ironic is that member opposite purports himself to stand up for fish harvesters, but you know what the fishers across this country tell us? That climate change is real, that they are concerned about the future of fish harvest, about the future of their economies in local communities. So if the member opposite cares about affordability in Newfoundland and Labrador, why do they vote against technology and advancement in industry to fight climate change and ultimately protect fish harvesters in Newfoundland and Labrador?
The honourable member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Speaker, the parliamentary secretary should know better. And her 23 buddies from Atlantic Canada should know better, because they all voted against the motion to axe carbon tax that we put forward earlier this week. The lone holdout over there, the Liberal member for Avalon, said that everywhere he goes, people are losing faith in the Liberal Party. Yep. To lower food prices in a province like Newfoundland and Labrador, so dependent on fuel for shipping, carbon tax has to go. Yep. So will this Prime Minister axe the tax to lower prices for food in Newfoundland and Labrador, or will he break his promise to the people?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, over the course of the past 8 years, we've had a number of opportunities to see where the Conservative Party stands when it comes to supporting measures that are actually going to fight climate change and create good jobs in our region. Time after time, they oppose reasonable measures that are going to reduce pollution, that are going to prevent the kinds of severe weather events that my communities have been impacted by, including Hurricane Fiona, including wildfires like we've never seen, including floods that have literally taken the lives of my community members. The Conservatives have a chance to support a concrete measure by voting for C-49, which will create good-paying jobs in clean industries. Why does that member oppose good-paying jobs in his community?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
The people of Central Nova want to know why that member voted 23 times to increase their taxes and increase the cost of food. And after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, even this Prime Minister's own MPs are admitting that people cannot afford to buy groceries. Lettuce up 94%, onions 69%, carrots 74%. In the last year of the Conservative government, a turkey cost $1.49 a pound. Now it's $2.49 a pound. That's a Liberal 67% increase. This Liberal Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. The Prime Minister has promised to reduce grocery prices. Why is he breaking his promise?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Central Nova are benefiting from a middle tax class cut we put in place back in 2015. They are benefiting from a Canada Child benefit, which delivers thousands of dollars every year to families who are struggling with the cost of raising kids. The people of Central Nova are benefiting from a new Canada Dental benefit. The people of Central Nova are benefiting from new measures that are going to build more houses. The people of Central Nova are going to benefit from measures that are going to help protect against further rises in the cost of groceries. I wonder if the people of South Shore St. Margaret's are starting to ask questions about why their member opposes all of these points.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
People of South Shore St. Margaret's are asking why that member's solution to the grocery food challenge is that they should watch flyers and clip coupons. But only one Liberal actually understands what's happening and is listening to their constituents when people are saying that they cannot afford to heat their homes and buy food. This MP, Liberal MP, said that Liberals have made it more expensive on people to a level that they can't handle. Even that Liberal believes that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So I'll ask again, will this Prime Minister keep his promise to lower food costs, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I will be the first to acknowledge that we need to do more to continue to support low-income families who are struggling with the rising cost of living. But if the honourable member is asking questions about families who are having challenges trying to heat their homes, why did he describe our program that's helping cover the cost of heat pumps to get people off home heating oil as some fairy tale program? Mr. Speaker, we give upfront cash to families so they can cover the cost without having to put it up their own money first. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to advance measures that are going to make life more affordable, that are going to mitigate against further rises to the cost of groceries, and are going to help the people who call my community home.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, it is Thanksgiving weekend, and 3 out of 5 Canadians are being forced to take healthy food out of their carts because of the cost. After 2 years of inaction, the Liberals' out-of-touch solution is to leave it up to rich grocery CEOs. And we know Conservatives have no serious plans to confront corporate greed. A year ago, the NDP successfully launched an investigation into food prices, and now we have a bill that will lower prices, not just stabilize them. So will the Liberals do the right thing, support the NDP's plan to lower food prices?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are doing the right thing, which is to bring the grocery CEOs of the largest grocery chains in the country to the table, getting them on board with an action plan to help fight on affordability for Canadians. They've committed to implementing action plans that include discounts on a basket of basic goods, bringing back price matching, because some of them didn't have that before, and price freezes for Canadians. I don't think that those measures are insignificant. I think they're going to make a tangible difference for Canadians, but Canadians will be the judge, and we'll find out in the coming days and weeks.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, accessible transit is critical for people living with disabilities, but in this country, transit is underfunded, so not meeting accessibility demands. In my community, this means the Transit Authority is pushing people into taxis that don't meet their needs. Because the Liberals are holding back federal transit funding until 2026, Canadians with disabilities are being left behind. Will the minister immediately release the public transit funding that's been promised and bring equity to transit?
Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question, but also for her concern for people living with disabilities. One of the things that we know well is that when we invest in public transit, it helps people move throughout their communities, disproportionately benefiting low-income families, people living with disabilities, and seniors. That's why we made historic investments through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan to have unprecedented levels of federal money going towards building out transit projects, including accessible transit projects. That's why we move forward with the Rural Transit Solutions Fund to make sure that small communities benefit, and that's why we have now committed to a permanent public transit fund that will be coming in the years ahead to ensure we continue to make these investments going forward in perpetuity.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, teachers across the country deserve recognition every day for shaping the lives of our young people and encouraging them to pursue their ambitions. Can the PS for the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry update this House on the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence in the STEM fields and what we are doing to support students and educators in this important subject?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Richmond Hill for his important question, and I'm sure that all of us have had a teacher or many in mind who we know have shaped our futures in significant ways. The PM's awards for teaching excellence in science, technology, and math recognize elementary and high school teachers across the country who have meaningfully contributed to the lives of their students by supporting and mentoring them in school. Today and every day, we should continue to recognize the impactful role that educators play in setting their students up for success in their future endeavors. To teachers, we say thank you.
Well, member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The ArriveCan scandal is back in the news, and reports are that the two-man operation that made $11 million off the Arrive scam were running a scheme that now has officials being investigated by the RCMP. After 8 years of this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government, Liberal insiders are getting rich, and Canadians are seeing that this Prime Minister just isn't worth the cost. When will this Prime Minister stop putting Liberal insiders and his friends first and start looking out for the needs of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we expect that all contracts issued follow the laws and regulations of this country. Any allegations of misconduct will be investigated, and Mr. Speaker, let me assure all Canadians that the government is looking forward to any results of these reviews and recommendations. But Mr. Speaker, misconduct and wrongdoing will have consequences.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you'll have to excuse us if we're not just going to take their word for it. What we want to hear from this government is that the NDP Liberal coalition is going to vote in favour of an investigation at the Government Operations Committee so that Canadians can have transparency and answers. This $54 million boondoggle that saw insiders getting rich while Canadians are lined up at food banks is absolutely unacceptable. And now with the Mounties knocking at the door, they're saying, please just trust us and we're going to make sure all the rules were followed. They weren't followed before, and we don't trust that they're going to make sure that they were followed now. So will this out-of-touch Prime Minister have his NDP Liberal government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
No, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we trust our law enforcement agencies, like the RCMP, to investigate any wrongdoings. We don't think that Conservative members who want to make a political clickbait out of this actually get to the bottom of any sort of wrongdoing. Mr. Speaker, we take allegations very seriously, but with that, Mr. Speaker, we're going to ensure that investigations move forward with integrity and not for Conservative political gain. But, Mr. Speaker, wrongdoing will have consequences.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, speaking of investigation, for 5 months the Liberals have pulled out all the stops to prevent an investigation into the shocking and incomprehensible transfer of notorious killer Paul Bernardo from a maximum security prison. Victims' families were not even informed of the transfer until it was already underway. So much for victims' rights. Canadians and victims' families' trust in our justice system has been shattered by this failure, and it's up to us in this House to restore that trust. So when will the Liberals stop preventing accountability and let the Public Safety Committee investigate?
Here, here. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is, it was actually our motion that that many parties agreed to actually conduct an conduct a study on the issue of transfers. And the Conservatives are in damage control right now because, Mr. Speaker, they actually voted against it. I find it appalling that the Conservative members would use the issue of one of the most heinous crimes against women as a way to fundraise and create clickbait. Mr. Speaker, if they want to conduct this study, then support the motion that we put on the floor to do so.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's that Liberal member and her colleagues who voted against the Conservative motion to bring victims' representatives to committee 2 times, Mr. Speaker. They don't want an investigation. They want a whitewash. Now, I wish I didn't have to stand in this House and ask these questions today. I wish that killer, Paul Bernardo, was sitting in a maximum security prison today. I wish that this Liberal government hadn't stood by and let this transfer happen, but it did. Canadians deserve answers. Canadians' families deserve to know why and how this was allowed to happen. So the Liberals can let us get those answers by letting the Public Safety investigate. Will they? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we supported and put forward a motion to study these very transfers. The fact that the Conservatives would use heinous crimes and the suffering against women and violence against women as a way to block government legislation, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, C-20 would have tangible results to protect women in the workplace, sexual harassment. The Conservatives time and time again use clickbait instead of real action to protect women.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut EU. Mr. Speaker, groceries are more expensive than ever before. Let me remind you of the last election campaign. The Liberals promised $1 billion over 5 years to Quebec and the provinces to fund school lunch programs, but we've heard nothing more about it. Inflation is hitting families hard. It's high time that the government finally respect this promise. When will the government finally give Quebec and the provinces the $1 billion it promised? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone knows that things are a little difficult for Canadians right now, and we will continue to work hard to help. We are working closely with the provinces, including Quebec, to help in a variety of different areas, including school lunches. We will work together to accomplish that. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Baie-James, Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, 1.8 million children were already living with food insecurity last year, and the price of food keeps going up. It is high time that we help these children. There are many excellent organizations in Quebec who are waiting for the funding promised by the Liberals. And Quebecers support these organizations. 84% of Quebecers want the Liberals to keep their promise. When will the government give Quebec and the provinces the $1 billion they promised for school lunches? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage. It is unacceptable that any child in this country not be able to eat appropriately. Everyone should be able to put food on the table. We need to continue to work with the provinces. We will continue to work together to correct the situation. That is very important for all of us here.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's banking regulator has reported that 1 in 5 mortgages at 3 banks are in negative amortization. In simple terms, homeowners can't afford to pay their mortgages. Mortgage rates have increased at the fastest pace in history because of this government's failed policies. Deficits lead to inflation, which lead to higher interest rates, which of course should be obvious to the NDP Liberal coalition right now, lead to higher mortgage costs. When are the Liberals going to acknowledge the pain their broken economic policies are causing Canadians and end these massive deficits?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage Canada.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts, because that's something that we do on this side of the House. Inflation is half what it was last July. We know for a fact that there are over 1 million jobs that have been created since the pandemic, almost 64,000 jobs alone in September. We know that life is challenging for Canadians, but we also know that the steps that are being taken are going to make life more affordable for Canadians, and that is the work that we are doing on this side of the House. If Conservatives care about Canadians and about affordability, why do they keep voting against every single measure we put forward to make life affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that the member across the way uses selective statistics. Yeah, 68,000 jobs got created in September. That's because there's less people actually working full-time. The actual number of hours worked has gone down by 0.2%. Same report. But many Canadian homeowners now are clearly underwater on their mortgage payments, and the number is growing by 100,000 per month. After 8 years, a home affordability crisis is upon us. It's obvious the NDP Liberal government is not worth the increasing cost. Sooner than later, please, will the government get out of the way so Conservatives can fix what they've so obviously broken?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, if we look at the history of Conservative mismanagement of the finances of this country, Canadians should be grateful that there is no Conservative government currently in control. The reality is that under this government, our AAA credit rating continues to be the hallmark. You look at the G7, we continue to lead. We continue to be a strong player in terms of where our credit rating lies, in terms of where inflation numbers are, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the supports that we are giving Canadians to help them today.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the cost of living is going up. For example, this week in the Journal de Québec, we saw the following. It's catastrophic. For the first time in 37 years, requests for food assistance are being refused. This shows that our society is facing a serious problem. And yet, during this difficult time, the Bloc Québécois wants to radically increase the second carbon tax. Shouldn't this government show a little humanity? Shouldn't it care more about helping our food banks? That's just common sense. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to understand how exactly is it common sense to put a moratorium on renewable energy projects that would create tens of thousands of jobs, that represent tens of billions of dollars, and yet that's what the Conservative Party supports. That's what the Premier of Alberta is doing. My question to the Bloc Québécois, to the Conservative Party. What will they do about these renewable projects in Quebec? Do they stand against renewable energy projects in the Atlantic region and in Ontario? That's what I'd like to know.
Out of sequence here, just to be sure. I'm just looking at the table for a second because I've got. Okay. L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Merci. The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Liberal government is a proud defender of the Canadian supply management system. The dairy sector is a key pillar of communities throughout Quebec and a major engine of our economy. We know that the government has committed to fully and fairly compensating producers and processors who have lost market share due to recent trade agreements. How is this government helping the Quebec dairy industry and the dairy industry elsewhere in the country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're keeping our promise. Last week, the Minister announced $333 million for dairy processors. This is great news for our dairy producers and processors. It's good news for Quebec and Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Bonne fête. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the NDP Liberal approach to addiction is not worth the risk. According to Durham Region Health, opioid deaths have gone up almost 700% under this NDP Liberal government. Our loved ones are suffering and dying under this dangerous safe supply experiment. There are 3 Liberal MPs in Durham Region, and one of them is now the Minister of Health. Safe supply is a nice marketing slogan, but it's not worth the cost. Does the minister really consider a 700% increase in deaths safe?
Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, this week was Mental Illness Awareness Week, Mr. Speaker, and this is the first question we've gotten this week from the Conservatives, even asking about the well-being of Canadians. So I'll answer the member by saying this. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we don't put in a false narrative between harm reduction and treatment. We look at Canadians and where they need help each and every day. On the overdose and toxic drug supply in this country, we will continue to use every tool we have: prevention, harm reduction, law enforcement, and treatment, Mr. Speaker, because we will be there to save lives.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, it's not a false narrative. It's 13 addiction experts. And if she would read the letters and take her advice, which clearly states we believe that is irresponsible for unsupervised, free government-funded hydromorphone to be allowed to continue. Mr. Speaker, in Oshawa, I've witnessed this travesty at firsthand. In the first 4 months alone, there's been 2,541 calls for service to downtown Oshawa. After 8 years, it's not that the NDP Liberal government has done nothing. They've actually made it worse. This reckless approach is not worth the cost. When are they going to end it?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, it's not worth taking the risk on the outdated perspectives of the Conservative government when it comes to addiction. I'll quote Ben Perrin, the Public Safety and Justice Advisor of former Prime Minister Harper in this House, who sat in this House and said this. They're not aware, it's the opposition rehashing Conservative war on drug tropes that have long since been discredited and been found to not only be ineffective, but costly and deadly. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are not worth the risk when we're here to save lives.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the Liberal carbon tax was supposed to lower greenhouse gas emissions, but after 8 years, they're higher than ever, and the cost of fuel and groceries are unaffordable. After 8 years, the Liberals were supposed to have alternatives to carbon, like better transit and EV charging stations everywhere. But they failed on that too. And now whistleblowers say that nearly $40 million for clean technology was misdirected by Liberal appointees. So for the sake of the planet, will the Liberals admit they're making Canadians poor, Liberal insiders richer, and that they're just not worth the cost?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
For the sake of the planet, Mr. Speaker, Canadians and the world, frankly, can't afford the Conservative Party of Canada. With the Conservative Party of Canada gone are the programs to support more than 300 projects that are under construction for transit all across the country. Electric buses that have been announced in Alberta, in Ontario, in Quebec, gone on those programs. Gone on the programs to help people lower their energy bills, save money, so they can both fight climate change and fight affordability at the same time. Those problems, those initiatives will be gone under the Conservative Party of Canada. That's what Canadians can expect from them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Malton.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our time, and carbon pricing is the backbone of our climate plan. It's been 1 year since the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada was named leader, and he has offered Canadians absolutely nothing in terms of climate policy. No plans, no solutions. In 2023, Canadians know how important it is to fight climate change. Our government has a plan to address both affordability and climate change, but the Conservatives don't have either. Our government's approach is working. Can the Minister of Environment tell us how a household can expect to receive next week, what they can expect to receive next week with the federal government's pollution pricing rebate?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only is putting a price on pollution one of the best ways to fight climate change, which is why our emissions are down 50 million tons, Mr. Speaker. It's the equivalent of removing 11 gas-powered vehicles from our road. But next Friday, Canadians can expect to get in Alberta $386, $264 in Manitoba, $244 in Ontario, $340 in Saskatchewan, $328 in Newfoundland and Labrador, $248 in Nova Scotia, $240 in Prince Edward Island, and $368 in New Brunswick, which is a double payment, Mr. Speaker. This is how we're helping Canadians fight climate change and work on affordability.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's blood inventory is entering its 4th month of serious shortages, the first time this has ever happened. This dangerous situation is putting patients at risk. If collections drop further, elective surgeries may have to be cancelled. Now, experts warned the Liberals that privatizing plasma collection would jeopardize our blood supply. Allowing companies to pay donors is clearly hurting Canadian blood services. What is this government doing to protect our national blood supply?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ensuring the safety and quality of Canada's blood supply is our top priority. Health Canada regulates the plasma sites to ensure plasma products sold in Canada are manufactured in accordance with strict safety standards. Health Canada will take action if those strict standards and regulations are not upheld. Provinces and territories determine whether or not how plasma is collected in their jurisdictions, including whether the sites pay donors for their donations, and a number of provinces, including Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia, do not currently allow for paid plasma donation. We're committed to ensuring that the collection of plasma and its process.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Tk'emlúps and Secwepemc First Nation are still waiting to find out from the Canadian Energy Regulator the reasons for which the energy regulator gave in to TMX pipeline and approved a new route that violates a key commitment to enter that territory of the First Nation. Without the reasons, the First Nation can't pursue its court remedy. But one thing they don't have to wait for is construction to begin through the most sacred areas of their territory, known as the Pipsel. The Pipsel area is essentially, for that community, what the Garden of Eden is for people in the Judeo-Christian tradition. Will this government instruct the Crown Corporation to stop destruction of the Pipsel, at least until the reasons are provided and legal remedies can be pursued?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to highlight that our government is the one that put UNDRIP into law. That is after the Conservatives refused to even recognize UNDRIP as something that was worth the support. And we have just recently, in the past year, also put in the UNDRIP action plan. We're continuing on that work. But as far as the decision that the member opposite's referring to, I want to really emphasize that this is made by an independent quasi-judicial body. It's not a government agency, and that they have said that they will be providing reasons for decisions shortly. We're looking forward to seeing that.
And that's all the time for question period we have today. Just a quick reminder before I go to points of order, just the usage of T-shirts with words on them. Just make sure that we try to be careful when we do those ones as well. Yeah. questions are, so we got points of order. The honourable member for Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame, then I'll go to Saint-Jean-Prat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got some feedback from members' constituents in Avalon, and I'd like to read some of the things you've had to say, and I'd like to be...
And can the member quote where in the standing orders, what rule that you're bringing up?
May I table this document? Or like to read something?
Okay, so you can ask for the tabling of the document. The honourable member for Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the member for Avalon.
No, you gotta say you want to. I move that to table in order to table.
Transcript.
The honourable member for Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table this transcript about some comments made by the member from Avalon. Yes, it is.
Questions going on. Is it agreed? No, I hear a number of no's. The honourable member, well, I'm going to go to the honourable member first. L'honourable député de Saint-Jean.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the chair, or rather the speaker, has talked a lot about the tone in the House of Commons and the importance of the opposition to direct its questions to the chair. I met those criteria today by asking important questions on a serious subject, and I did it in a calm way, and I sent my questions to the Minister of Immigration, so I'd like some enlightenment from the House. The Minister of Immigration did not answer, but rather the Parliamentary Secretary from another department answered me.
Sur le même, okay.
On the same, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found it frustrating that my question asked a very serious question about exploited foreign workers, and the minister sat down. It reminds me of what Emmanuel Latraverse said. They need to deal with reforming the immigration system. We have serious issues. He should be taking better care of his department.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you'll be aware, I'm sure, it's a long-standing practice of the House that questions or answers to and responses to questions are at the discretion of the government in terms of who's going to be answering the question. If the member wants to, they can always ask for a late-night show, a post-adjournment to try to get more of a detailed answer given the limitations of question period.
C'est avec l'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is the one that I'm supporting. The government is the one that's responsible for deciding who is going to answer questions when the opposition asks them.
From the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table a document of a transcript that concerns a matter before this House. I think the carbon tax is hurting them a fair bit, this member said.
Okay, this is sounding like debate again, but I'll ask if people want to allow the document to be tabled. Anyone agreed? No, I'm hearing a number of no's as well. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, thanks very much. What I'd like to do is seek unanimous consent from the House to table a document that it's the voting record that shows the Liberal member for Avalon voting to scrap the failed carbon tax, voting with the Conservatives.
Is it agreed? I'm hearing a number of no's as well. I hope this is almost the last one. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux remettre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to lay upon the table the comments from the member for Avalon, who said
switching over to heat pumps and whatnot, but many.
Is it agreed to table the document? Yes. No. I hear a number of no's. I see the honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
On that very point, it is clear that somebody else is probably going to stand up and try and do the exact same thing. I would just ask in your indulgence to just consider speaking to the members of the opposition we know what they're up to. It's just...
Ultimately, I said to hope this is the last one, so that was my suggestion, that it be the last one. So there you go. Sorry. I see the honourable member for King Vaughan has her hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just was informed today that my vote yesterday on S12, after receiving confirmation from IT that I was confirmed to vote yay, was not recorded. I've contacted IT and they are looking into the matter, so I would like my vote to count.
Point of order. Okay, the honourable the honourable deputy House Leader.
Well, I went back to my seat. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think that we're inclined to be supportive of this, but it would have been really nice if the member had reached out to us to let us know in advance that she would be doing this and requesting what I imagine is unanimous consent to have that recorded. Perhaps she could endeavor to do that so that when this UC comes up, that's obviously important to the member, we can treat it very seriously. Maybe she could just hold off and have her whip's office talk to our whip's office so that we could be coordinated and then bring this up at the next opportunity.
Here, here.
Monsieur le Président, l'honorable député Portneuf-Jacques Cartier.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. From what I understand is that she wants a verification. It's not a request for consent. It's a request for verification with IT. She confirmed that her vote was not adequately counted, and I think that that's what's happening. I invite you to reflect on it and to take it into consideration.
I'm just going to consult for a second. I'm just wondering, the member, just quickly, if let's go back on the history of this, is that yesterday after the vote, the system did not log the photo of the honourable member for King Vaughan, so therefore it put a little tag on her vote. It was brought up by the bloc members that the picture wasn't there. We did make the call that day whether the honourable member was online. She was not online to be able to go one way or another. So I would probably suggest that we have her people talk to your people, and that she could come back and maybe do a unanimous consent motion just to clean it all up and make it all as clean as we possibly can. So that's good. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this point of order, I just want to bring to the attention to the House that the Conservative Deputy Whip yesterday, after the vote, opposed members being able to register their vote in this fashion. That was the Conservative Deputy Whip who opposed others. So I believe that members of the Conservative Party should have a conversation.
All right, so I'll just again say that these people talk to those people and then come back to the floor rather than taking more time with this issue as we go. So I apologize to the member for King Vaughan, but there has to be some chat in the backstage. Okay, daily routine of business. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Ministers. Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages 3 reports of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie. The first concerning meeting in France in January 2023. The second concerning attendance at a parliamentary mission to the UN in New York from March 14th and 15th, 2023. And the third, a meeting of the APF Political Committee and Working Group on Reforming the APF Constitution in Paris, April 17th to 20th, 2023. Thank you.
Delegations, any others? We're good. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 4 more petitions from concerned citizens of the North Okanagan Shuswap. These petitions call on the Minister of Health to work with national health products industry and adjust Health Canada's cost recovery rates to accurately reflect the size and scope of the industry, and only implement changes once the self-care framework is adjusted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langling City.
I'm pleased today to present a petition that was put forward by the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. As we all know, the effects of climate change are upon us. They're costly to the environment, but there's also cost to human health. The organization notes that 1 in 7, or up to 34,000 premature deaths in Canada are related to fossil fuel air pollution. And this petition calls for a ban on all advertising related to fossil fuels in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to present a petition of great concern to the constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands. The petitioners put to the House that Indigenous peoples have from time immemorial showed stewardship for the lands and waters of what we now call Canada, and that Indigenous knowledge is an important component, critical component, responding to the climate crisis. They also point out that the lands and territories of First Nations are where the old growth forests, the original forests, are still found, but in dwindling percentage of the original forest cover. So in pointing out that the long-term needs of responding to the climate crisis include protecting old growth forests, they call on the federal government to work with Indigenous governments, Indigenous peoples, for the shared stewardship and conservation and the immediate halt of all logging of ancient forests in this country for climate, biodiversity, and for Indigenous reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table a petition signed by many in regards to our growing retiree population in Canada are increasingly become the target of fraud, given they have built up wealth over a lifetime to help them support their retirement years and are vulnerable due to lack of controls of protection through the transmission of money within the Canadian banking system. They're calling for us to undertake a serious and comprehensive review of the current transit system of Canadian citizens' money in this country, with the aim of putting more stringent procedures, protocols, and safeguards in place to protect seniors, in particular from losing their lifetime savings and wealth of fraud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petition, presenting a petition, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition that's fairly timely with respect to petitioners who call for the Government of Canada to follow through on the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The petitioners note that the Government of Canada has only followed through on a very small fraction of those calls to action since they were released in 2015. They go on to note several of particular importance to them. I'll call out just one, Call to Action 21, recommending providing sustainable funding for existing and new Indigenous healing centres. They go on to call on the Government of Canada to follow through on all 94 calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Petition. There, questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Floor is free, so therefore the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-49, an act that amends the mandates of the Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Board and the Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord. The primary goal of this legislation is to provide for a new approval process for the development of oil and gas projects off Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador, as well as the mandates of these two boards. When second reading of this bill started a week or so ago, Liberal MPs for Atlantic Canada thought they would use their speeches and the speeches of the official opposition to try and make this about some sort of strange, if you're not with the Liberals on Bill C-49, then you must be against Atlantic Canada. In fact, they came out of their caucus meeting and actually said, oh, I think we can distract people after giving the Prime Minister all this bad news about what we've been hearing in the summer. They thought they'd come out of that caucus meeting and try and hold a shiny thing over here to see if their constituents would be distracted. Their distraction attempt for Nova Scotians and Newfoundlanders and Labradorians was from their failure to address the primary concerns they heard over the summer of their communities, that of the cost of living. 24 times, all of them except one now, have voted to increase the cost of everything. You can almost hear the Liberals in their meeting saying, you know, maybe if we talk about C-49, they might forget that their home heating oil bills have more than doubled under the NDP Liberals. Maybe if we talk about Bill C-49, all the complaints that we heard from people in the summer of having lost faith in this government and forcing the cost of everything up might be forgotten. Maybe all the damage that they've done to themselves and their constituents will be forgotten. And just so you know, it is tied to C-49 because they were using it as a bright, shiny object to try and distract from those failures. So what are those failures that they're using C-49 to try and distract from? I think they're best actually captured by the words of the member for Avalon. For those watching, the member for Avalon is a Liberal member of Parliament from Newfoundland. And on the show Power and Politics, he said this. Let me start with this quote. I think it's a great one. I believe we have to change the way we're approaching climate change incentive, or whatever you want to call it. I think we're using the right now at this point in time is putting a bigger burden on people who are now struggling with an affordability crisis. That affordability crisis, of course, which Conservatives have been talking about for the last year, in which Liberal members of Parliament live in denial. The words of the Liberal member from Avalon, he goes on the program to say, I think it's, the carbon tax, hurting them a fair bit, that being his constituents. Everywhere I go, people come up to me and say, you know, we're losing faith in the Liberal Party. I've had people tell me they can't afford to buy groceries. The Liberal member from Avalon then went on to say they can't afford to heat their homes. And that's hard to hear from, especially seniors who live alone and tell me they go around their house in the spring and winter time with a blanket wrapped around them because they can't afford the home heating fuel. They can't afford to buy beef or chicken. We've been telling these Liberals that, but yet they're trying to use C-49 as a distraction from the day-to-day challenges they've caused Canadians. Now, he had obviously a private conversation, the Minister for Avalon, with the Minister of Finance, and around this time. And he said, I told the Minister when she came to Newfoundland about this, and she told me, she said, I'm going to correct this. You're right. She actually said she's going to correct it. We're still waiting, yet not only do they break promises to Canadians, they break promises to their own backbenchers. The member for Avalon, the Liberal member for Avalon, went on and said, we can't keep adding on to expenses. And David, that's the name of the host, you know that everything in our province comes in by boat and truck, and they burn fuel, lots of it. And that's the cost to bring it in, and it's going to be added to every item that gets on a store shelf somewhere. So that is punishing anybody who goes to buy, whether it's a chocolate bar or a tin of milk, anything. A piece or two of 2x4 will go up, which will make homes more expensive to build. You know what? I think our leader has been saying that for a year, and there have been nothing but deaf ears on the other side, apparently except for one fellow who now found religion after talking to his constituents for 3 months in the summer. That same Liberal member went on to say, I think they, being the Liberals, will lose seats, not just in Newfoundland, not just in Atlantic Canada, but indeed right across the country. If they don't get a grasp on this, the way that I think they should, it's interesting that he's calling his own party, they, as if he's not part of them anymore, and hadn't voted 23 times before that for the carbon tax. Now, on the 24th time, he's actually changed his mind and flip-flop. That's an unusual thing for a Liberal to flip-flop. But let me just remind you, he said, but get a grasp on this, the way they think they should. But this one is hitting home to everybody I speak to. And it's a grassroots issue. And if an election were called today, I'm not sure if the Liberal Party would actually form the government. I'm pretty sure that that wouldn't happen if an election were held today, that they wouldn't be in government. The hurt and pain that's been caused by these Liberals out there because of their inflationary deficits and their carbon tax is causing a great deal of hardship that's not recognized by 157 Liberal members and their cohorts in the NDP who support all of this, but the 158th one has finally got it. Maybe it'll take another 2 years for the other Liberals to get it. He goes on to say in the interview, again, you know, this is the counter to the bright, shiny distraction the Liberals were trying to do with Bill C-59 or 49 by trying to make some crazy accusations about who supports Atlantic Canadians. Apparently, according to the member from Avalon, Liberals don't support Atlantic Canadians. And he goes on to say, and I know the government is pushing people to switch over to heat pumps. We hear that all the time, including today, from the member for Central Nova. Heat pumps and whatnot. But many homes, especially the older homes, are not designed for that. They're not built to sustain the heat from a heat pump. So I don't think it works. And quite frankly, to show how out of touch the member from Central Nova is in his bright, shiny $10,000 heat pumps that he's pushing for all the companies that he knows and likes in Nova Scotia, the fact is, if you're living on CPP disability or a fixed income, you don't have $10,000 to lay out for a heat pump. But apparently, in the golden world that the Liberals live in, with $200,000 vacations for the Prime Minister, and the fancy world the member from Central Nova lives in with his chauffeured car as a minister, he thinks people on CPP, OAS, and GIS can afford $10,000 out of their cash flow for a heat pump. Their disconnection from reality knows no bounds. Finally, in that interview, this member goes on to say, in response to the issue of the messenger being the Minister of the Environment, who believes orange is a very nice color to wear, that member said from Avalon, no, he's not the right messenger. And because he's so entrenched in us, and I get it. I mean, where he came from and his whole idea of making a big difference in climate change, but you can't do it all overnight. You can't make it more expensive on people than what they can handle. And that's exactly what's happening here right now. The members from Atlantic Canada's request was that they actually increase the payments to people so that the revenue neutral, apparently, carbon tax, which they claim, would now actually cost more out of the Treasury. So their solution for cancer was to give us more cancer. It wasn't to actually say we're going to get at the root of the disease. And the root of the disease of the cost of this inflation is the carbon tax. That's what they should be getting rid of. So C-49, which they're trying to use as a distraction from this reality, includes a process to review renewable energy projects in the ocean. Well, I can inform this House that while NDP and Liberal government claims to support renewable energy projects in Atlantic Canada, the track record says that they actually don't do that. Over the decades, we've been trying in Nova Scotia to harness the enormous power of the Bay of Fundy tides to generate clean, renewable electricity. There have been about a half a dozen projects and hundreds of millions of private sector dollars and money trying to figure out how to harness the Bay of Fundy tides. And all but one project have failed. The one that failed, these are very large turbines. The ones that failed build these large turbines and put them on the floor of the Bay of Fundy. They're about 5 stories high, these turbines. But for those who don't know, the Bay of Fundy rises and falls every day by 52 feet. Twice each day, 160 billion tons of seawater flow in and out of the Bay of Fundy, more than the combined river flows of the world. The Bay of Fundy's tides transform the shorelines, tidal flats, and expose the sea bottom as they flood into the bay and its harbors and estuaries. It's estimated that by 2040, the tidal energy of the Bay of Fundy could contribute up to $1.7 billion to Nova Scotia's GDP and create up to 22,000 jobs. That's almost as many people as work in our number one industry, the fishery. So how big is that besides the money in terms of energy? 300 megawatts of tidal energy can power a quarter of all Nova Scotia homes. That is just a fraction of the Bay of Fundy's 2,500 megawatt potential. That means Nova Scotia could become the net exporter of clean, renewable tidal power. So how are we doing on that? Every project, as I said, that has placed these turbines on the bottom ocean floor, within about 48 hours, they failed. The power of the tides have blown the turbines apart. But wait, an innovative company called Sustainable Marine Energy had a different idea. What if we float those turbines on the top of the water instead of sinking them to the ocean floor? Guess what? It worked. The first project to consistently put power into Nova Scotia's power grid and to be paid for that power by Nova Scotia Power was successful. The first turbines not to be destroyed by the power of the Bay of Fundy tides. So you think the NDP Liberal government would be thrilled that the approval of such a successful green renewable energy project would be fast-tracked. But that's not what happened. These Atlantic Liberals had the Department of Fisheries and Oceans refuse to extend the permit for further piloting of the project. They used DFO to kill the project, and that's important to Bill C-49 because of the power it gives DFO over all energy projects in Atlantic Canada. So those turbines are now out of the water. They are disassembled, the technology shelved, and the company bankrupt. Thank you, Atlantic Liberals, and your commitment to renewable energy from our oceans. Talk the talk, but walk away when it comes time to move forward. Typical of these Liberals, it's all about the input without any results. So this bill is not about approving projects in renewable ocean energy and oil and gas development to get the world off of coal and dirty dictator oil. No, it formalizes a process designed to make sure these projects never see the light of day. What we have is the NDP Liberals have done here in this bill is to put more gatekeepers in place to stop energy project development in Atlantic Canada. Why? Because they imported 4 sections from the disastrous Bill C-69, the No Pipeline Bill, into Bill C-49. With Bill C-69, the NDP Liberals have said more projects would get approved when they approve that. Well, how many have been approved? None. How many have been proposed? None. It magically drove all capital out of Canada for energy projects. Now, C-49 brings that process and that incredible success rate to Atlantic Canada's offshore energy projects. It imposes the same process, and imposing the same process will yield the same result. This bill triples the current timelines for approval of offshore energy projects. Currently, a decision by the Offshore Regulatory Board has 30 days for Cabinet to agree or disagree. They've extended that in this bill. Sections 28 and 137 give the federal Cabinet the ability to end offshore drilling and renewable energy projects. It also gives the Minister of Fisheries a veto to propose developments in areas if the minister says there may be a time in the future when there might be a marine protected area. Not there is a marine protected area. Maybe someday if I think there might be one, no, you can't go there. No, you can't go there. Sort of like whack-a-mole, and that's what DFO has been doing on land with the rivers and any energy project, using the passage of one trout up a river as a reason to stop a project. Now they're giving that same power to DFO. And why is that possible? An MPA is a park in the ocean. Fish swim, they don't know the boundaries of the parks, but the Department of Fisheries and Oceans a few years ago met with the fishing groups in Nova Scotia and said, we're going to shut down 30% of the commercial fishery in Nova Scotia using MPAs. Work with us, and you can pick which fisheries we shut down. Don't work with us, and we'll pick what's on. They use their excessive power for other political purposes, and that's being imposed in this bill.
Absolutely.
This bill brings the inefficiencies of the federal government's Impact Assessment Act into this bill as well. It adds Section 61, 62, 169, and 170 of the IAA, where the federal minister has the power to impose conditions on authorizations. It also invokes Section 64 of the IAA, which allows the federal minister to interfere in a project if they think it's in the public interest and create any condition without limit they think is necessary, regardless of what the regulator decides. Adding these C-69 provisions to the Atlantic Canada's offshore energy project process extends the process through unlimited federal delays at any time. But at a minimum, it's going to be over 1,600 days. That's 4.5 years. That's the process that C-69 sets out. It's a minimum of 4.5 years for the approval of any project, and that really efficient process, which has led to no projects being approved in Western Canada, is now being imposed on Atlantic Canada. It's a recipe to end all our offshore energy projects in Newfoundland, Labrador, and Nova Scotia. There are no provisions in this bill that require commercial fishing community to be at the table when all of these projects are being considered. And to date, there has been no consultation with the fishing industry about these projects. Why is that important? Because in Atlantic Canada, that's our largest industry. To not require their involvement when most of these projects impact their ability to earn a living is a betrayal by Atlantic Canada MPs to the critically important industry they propose or supposedly represent as members of Parliament, and to the tens of thousands of people that work on it. Finally, the current Atlantic Accord treats Nova Scotia and Newfoundland differently. The Nova Scotia government has the ability to designate areas under provincial jurisdiction as energy projects within the bays of the province, the jaws of the land as it's called. But Newfoundland and Labrador does not have that power. So I'm shocked, frankly, that they should really give their heads a shake, favorite saying of one of the MPs over there, that Newfoundland and Labrador Liberal MPs are okay with Nova Scotia having authorities that Newfoundland and Labrador government does not. But hey, what else would you expect from these silent Liberals? Well, silent except the member for Avalon, who apparently is not comfortable in his own caucus anymore. It's time for Atlantic Liberals to get their heads out of the sand. It's time for them to speak up and recognize that this bill does for Atlantic energy projects what C-69 did for energy projects in Western Canada. Atlantic Liberal MPs need to join us in fixing these issues in committee when we propose solid and thoughtful amendments to ensure the projects get done and not stopped by Liberal gatekeepers. It's also time for Liberal MPs to stop voting with the NDP Liberal government, I'm talking about the Atlantic Liberal MPs, to increase the cost of everything with their carbon tax. It's about time they do that. Well, this week they voted once again to impose a quadrupling of taxes on their own constituents. If they truly care about the economy, they will speak up for the region and axe the carbon tax. They will amend this bad bill so projects can actually get approved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's disappointing to hear the Conservative members from the Atlantic continue to stand up and oppose good, clean jobs in Nova Scotia. But over the past 2 years, we've seen hurricanes that caused billions of damage, fires in that member's riding that cost millions of damage. We've seen floods that have taken people's lives, and yet that member seems to say, there's nothing to see here. I have two questions for this member. First of all, does he agree with the provincial premier of Nova Scotia that said climate change is real, it's obvious, or will that member continue to bury his sand in the sand and say, how many more state of emergencies do we need in Nova Scotia before that member agrees that climate change is real and it's time to act?
Honorable député de South Shore, St. Margaret's.
It's a little ironic coming from this member who's voted 24 times to increase the cost of everything on all of his constituents. Now, On the issue of storms, we've had storms every decade, multiple storms every decade since 1700s. You should look up the history. And yes, I had fires that were started, man-made fires that were started in my riding. That wasn't started by climate change. That was started by individuals. Perhaps he would like to explain to me why he disagrees with his colleague from Avalon and from the commitment of the Minister of Fisheries to the member that said she should correct the problems to make sure it's right. Will he stand up and agree with his Minister of Finance and the member for Avalon that the carbon tax needs to be fixed? It's hurting people in Atlantic Canada.
Good question.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to see you in the chair. In his speech, my colleague spoke about illness and cancer, and I'd like to come back to that. Because what does pollution lead to? What does it lead to? Yes, more cancer, more cardiovascular illnesses, more respiratory illnesses, and it also leads to kidney diseases. There's malnutrition due to the decrease in agricultural yields or problems caused by pests. So why does the official opposition not seem to want to fight pollution more?
Oh, we believe pollution should be fought. We believe it's through technology, not through taxes that don't work. The carbon tax has had zero impact in this country on the rate of carbon emissions. In fact, every year of this government, except for when they shut the entire economy down during COVID, carbon emissions have gone up. And they're so lack of knowledge with regard to what's going on in the world. If we were at net zero today, and China would make that up in 56 days with their plan on expansion of coal plants. Yet they oppose us getting liquefied natural gas to China so that the real emissions, a third of the world's emissions, could actually be reduced. I'd like to ask the members opposite why they hate reducing the coal production of China so much.
Questions et commentaires de façon virtuelle, l'honorable député d'Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret. You know, last Thursday we were in the House and he brought up the fact that the wildfires in Canada were man-made and that storms have been hitting his region for hundreds of years. And I was shocked. And the next day I actually was in Montreal at a climate march with young people asking for real action on climate change in this country. The member just doubled down on that in his response to my Liberal colleague. I have a serious question for him. Does he actually believe that climate change is real? Does he actually stand in this House and claim that climate change is not an actual fact in the hurricanes hitting his community, in the wildfires ravaging our communities, and the massive costs that are associated with that? Does he believe in climate change? Does he think it's real?
L'honorable député.
Well, it's another example of a Liberal NDP coalition member who doesn't listen to constituents, doesn't listen to what anyone in this House says. We have said many times, I have said, as has our leader, as has every member, of course climate change is real, but the tax doesn't do anything to change that. And leave it to a member of that costly coalition to not actually hear what I said, which was the fires in my riding were started by individuals. They were not started by climate change. But she forgets those facts because they're inconvenient for her.
Right.
Questions et commentaires de façon virtuelle encore une fois, l'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Island.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, and to my honourable colleague from South Shore St. Margaret. Let's just distinguish on the last point that was being made between who started a fire, whether it was a lightning strike or somebody who threw a cigarette butt out a window, and the fuel load in place that causes the wildfires. He knows perfectly well, because we've talked about this, we share many things, including a history in Nova Scotia, that the month of May in Nova Scotia is historically wet and cold. You couldn't start a forest fire there if you tried for many, many years, most years. But the year after year, recently, very recently, because of climate change and global warming, the month of May in Nova Scotia has been hot and dry. And this year, for the first time, we had extensive wildfires because of climate change, regardless of who lit the match that hit the fuel load that was hot and dry and ready to catch fire because of climate change. To the earlier points in the bill we're debating right now, C-49, I'm sure he'll recall that it was our mutual friend, the late Pat Carney, who negotiated the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board Act and the Canada-Newfoundland-Labrador Act. The difference between tidal power and offshore wind is that offshore wind is a fully developed technology and ready to implement. We're still working to try to develop tidal power, and it is not yet fully formed, and it has not yet solved the threats to fisheries.
L'honorable député de Saint Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands and our mutual friend, the late, the Honourable Pat Carney. Yes, she did negotiate those deals, and from our perspective, I appreciate the member thinks that this was an unusual year. Yes, this was an El Nino year in North America, where we got less rain in the spring than we did last year or the year before. I expect when we don't have an El Nino year again, that will change. And with regard to the issue of where wind power goes and generation, of course we believe in tidal power and wind power. That's why I spoke for a great deal of my speech about the only project that's ever worked, the tidal power by sustainable marine energy, that this government shut down, that actually returned without damage, continued to return power to the Nova Scotia power grid and get paid for, yet they used it as an excuse to shut it down. DFO had given 4 approvals, wouldn't give the 5th. And that approach to shutting down all energy projects, whether it be oil and gas or on the renewable side of things, is the problem with this bill, because it puts in place those terrible provisions of the IAA and the Bill C-69 into this process.
Exactly.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's is a very kind person, because as the member from Sydney Victoria stands in this House and lectures Conservatives on our record, I wouldn't even dignify that with an answer or even acknowledge until he stands in this House and actually apologizes for his past comments towards Indigenous women, which I find offensive, and I think many Canadians find offensive, and I still would like to hear an apology in this House from that member from Sydney Victoria. But through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's. You know, in British Columbia, we've had a carbon tax for over a decade. Yet, we've seen increasing wildfires. We've seen incredible drought situations. Increased emissions, greenhouse gases have not gone down. How high does the carbon tax have to be before we see the end to these climate events that we're seeing and stop punishing Canadians?
L'honorable député a 1 minute pour répondre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great question. The member for Sydney Victoria and his past comments speak for themselves in his attitude towards women. The fact that it's tolerated and he's rewarded with a parliamentary secretary spot is just a mystery to me. But that aside, in terms of how high can it go, I don't think there's any limit to how high the Liberals can put a tax, especially when they're ineffective. Their plan, I believe, is to go to at least $270 a ton. That means in the short term, at least 61 cents a litre on gasoline. And in my riding, and I know in the honourable member's riding, I don't have public transit. My constituents don't have public transit. They have to drive everywhere. They have to drive to grocery stores. They have to drive their kids to school. They have to drive to hockey games. They have to drive to see their family and parents. And it's becoming increasingly unaffordable caused by a tax that has no impact on the actual reduction of climate emissions.
That's right.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in my speech, I have some good things to say and some not so good. So this bill is to modify the original agreement, because even though the Supreme Court said that offshore exploration was of federal jurisdiction, they were still willing to negotiate with the provinces. The federal government was, but at that time there was no wind energy when that agreement was signed in 1986. C-49 would ensure that the jurisdictions would be linked when they signed the new agreement on offshore wind. This bill, therefore, could lead to real action on renewable energy on the East Coast. Now, some things could be improved. Joint management of offshore energy resources and the option to stop oil claims offshore. There's also elements about indigenous groups and their part to play in this exploration. So those were the good things I have to say about the bill, but now I will move on to the criticism, because in C-49 there are still mechanisms that would lead to exploration and exploitation of oil. We could have done much more here. Let me start by saying that when Canada makes international commitments about the environment, protecting biodiversity, and which have to do with fighting climate change, and that the entire world is watching, well, it seems to me that at a certain point, we need to make sure that we walk the talk. This is an emergency and we need to take immediate action. After all, even children understand that. We are experiencing a climate change and biodiversity crisis. So all of our decisions should reflect Canada's commitment in its fight against climate change. So let's look at the details of that.
In April 2019, the government announced a total ban on oil and gas exploration, as well as mining, waste dumping, and bottom trawling in all of Canada's marine protected areas. It urged other countries to do the same. They suggested that other countries do the same to protect the environment. Marine sanctuaries, however, were not included in this commitment. So when I say that words count, I've got an example here. So, oops, we forgot about those. Later, Canada introduced new regulations exempting future drilling from environmental assessment. The government's intention was to speed up oil drilling in marine environments. After having wrapped itself in virtue in the face of other countries, the bill has no teeth when it comes to regional assessments, which, by the admission of those responsible for them, were deficient. I could talk about assessments, but there's so many irregularities. We see that once again, that the gains are made by industry and not by society as a whole. In November 2020, the Canada-Newfoundland Offshore Petroleum Board agreed to offer BP Canada access to 264,500 hectares of ocean in exchange for a commitment to carry out $27 million worth of exploration work. They say one thing and do another. That's an area that is essential to marine biodiversity. It contains corals and sponges and other marine species used as spawning grounds or nurseries. The Minister of Fisheries of Oceans said so. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister pledges hand on heart to reaffirm Canada's commitment to protect 25% of land and water by 2025 and reach 30% by 2030. When BP made its little arrangements with the board, the Minister for the Environment and Climate Change had already started softening his speech by explaining at committee that all drilling projects must meet high environmental standards. The regulations in place set out clear processes for offshore drilling projects. Offshore drilling represents a threat for marine life. For instance, acoustic cannons used to explore the seabed interfere with communication, orientation, and foraging activities by blue whales and right whales, two species classified as endangered in Canada. Lighting used on oil rigs and facilities is harmful to birds. It causes confusion about where to rest, where to look for food, and so much more. Committing to the conservation of marine environments and pretending that it's possible to do so by promoting the development of offshore oil, well, the Liberal government's capable of accomplishing just such a thing. Authorizing drilling in marine sanctuaries. Canada is essentially a climate hypocrisy. Their goal is to develop oil resources. In Bédénard, An announcement made as the government was preparing for COP15 on biodiversity in Montreal, which involved many countries, surprised many of them. Equinor, a Swedish company, decided not to go ahead with its project after all. The minister who authorized the Baie du Nord project is also an environmental activist. With the government's flip-flops, double talk, the terminology chosen, and reneging on political and climate commitments, it means that Canada is being two-faced, playing the good participant card when in fact they admitted that the likelihood that amendments to C-49 will maintain granting licenses and promote offshore oil activities is very real. Just a few days after tabling C-49, the government announced new drilling licenses to double offshore oil production. At the Bloc, we're looking at the details because the devil is in the details. If the government wanted us to oppose it, they announced more drilling. It seems like they're trying to sabotage their own legislation. It's time to get out of using fossil fuels. We're accustomed to the greenwashing of the Minister of the Environment. Now, that said, it would be a good thing to set the table from a legislative point of view for renewable energy in this region. Getting out of fossil fuels is essential. It's not just Western Canada that needs a helping hand, but the Maritimes. In both regions, the environment and biodiversity are suffering. Our caucus has serious doubts about the commitments contained in C-49. What we're concerned about is that they're wrapping up a bit of poison in a sweet candy. We will remain vigilant. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I find it interesting listening to the Conservatives across the way when they talk about listening. And for me, I appreciate the comments that the members put on, but I really want to focus mine more so on a comment, and if she wants to respond to that, albeit. And it's interesting when we take a look at the consensus in terms of support for this legislation. Newfoundland and Labrador is perfectly positioned in a green energy transition. Part of that transition requires offshore wind, so our province can become a world leader in green hydrogen. We continue to support the Government of Canada on Bill C-49 and urge other federal parties to do the same. That's from Premier Andrew Furey. You can talk about one province, the other province that's affected by this. In fact, all of Atlantic Canada. There's a very powerful message here. If you support the Atlantic region and potential economic and opportunities in the future, why would the Conservatives not support legislation of this nature? She can provide her thoughts on.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I thank my colleague for his question. I must say that this honourable colleague is always there, always has questions, and I'm delighted each and every time. I'm sure he's not asleep at the switch. He must be studying all the bills. Listen, every time we talk about climate change, Conservatives are against it. We wonder if they actually believe in fighting climate change. Health and fighting climate change go together, but they don't connect them. However, coming back to C-49, one of the rules for future wind projects in the ocean are available, but the government wants to continue drilling for offshore oil and gas. They're saying one thing and acting in another, but that's typical of the Liberal government. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
I think the honourable member was entirely too charitable at the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, because what I heard him say was that this year was just an unusual year and we'll go back to normal soon. And so what we have is an example of the Conservative front row, front bencher, who obviously enjoys the favour of the Conservative leader, denying climate change in this very chamber, denying the evidence of fires, denying the evidence of the floods that took place in Nova Scotia. I wonder if the member would like to revise her evaluation of the climate-denying Conservatives.
Avant de passer à la réponse.
Before proceeding with the answer, we have a point of order from the honourable member for Calgary South. I will ask his colleagues to listen to what he has to say.
I challenge the member that just spoke there to actually provide what he's actually speaking about, because I think he's iterating a false narrative. There's no...
Je vais respectueusement interrompre.
I will respectfully interrupt my honourable colleague. I believe that is a point of debate. I invite the honourable member for Repentigny to answer the question that was asked.
L'honorable collègue.
The honourable colleague for Calgary South. The intervention that he was made from the point of view of the Speaker is a point of debate. He may add himself to the debate and ask questions. So, does the honourable member want to clarify what he said? Perhaps I misunderstood.
I interrupted, Mr. Speaker, because I actually raised a point of order about what the member is actually saying here is a gross misstatement from anybody in the front row of this party. And so if he's going to put that on there, he's going to state it in Hansard, it had better show up as opposed to being complete deceit for this House. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you to respect the rules of this House and actually check into the facts of what that member is actually stating.
Donc, je remercie l'honorable collègue pour son
I thank the honourable colleague for his intervention. Having verified with the table, that is a point of debate. The honourable member or his colleagues will have the opportunity to participate in debate. Without further ado, I invite the honourable member for Repentigny to answer the question.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. How many minutes do I have left exactly? 2 minutes, thank you. Listen, for the Bloc Québécois, we often find that whether it's the Conservatives or the government, when they open their mouths, they have a lot to say about oil and gas companies. With C49, if I had an image for you, it's as if we had oil wells and wind farms over each one. That's what it looks like. That's what the bill is like. This is a bill that could be interesting, but there's also decisions that run counter to fighting climate change and maintaining Canada's international commitments. Questions and comments. I now invite colleagues to listen to the question of the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George. 45 seconds, if possible, please.
And to our honourable colleagues, Conservatives believe in climate change. We just don't believe that this carbon tax is doing anything to fight the climate crisis that we're facing. It's punishing Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, if they don't want to believe me, perhaps they'll believe a Liberal MP that stood up finally from Newfoundland, the member from Avalon who said this, I think it's the carbon tax that's hurting them, our constituents, a fair bit. Everywhere I go, people come up to me and say, you know, we're losing faith in the Liberal Party. They can't afford to heat their homes. And that's hard for me to hear, especially seniors who live alone and tell me they go around their house in the spring and wintertime with a blanket wrapped around them. Mr. Speaker, through you, I ask our honourable colleague to please comment on that. A Liberal MP standing up finally and saying the carbon tax is punishing Canadians.
Hey! L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny in 45 seconds.
Monsieur le Président, on est revenu à un débat sur la...
Mr. Speaker, we've come back to a debate on the carbon tax. It doesn't apply to Quebec. And the member for Bellechasse-Etchemin-Lévis was a minister in Jean Charest's government in Quebec when they set up their carbon cap and trade market. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to see you in the chair today. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate having the chance to stand in the House today to speak to Bill C-49. I'd like to mention that as I deliver my comments, I do so on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the fact that the other side likes to downplay and ignore climate change. As a member of Parliament from British Columbia, I can tell you that my constituents have faced some of the worst impacts of fires and floods which have been exacerbated by climate change. From winter storms taking down power lines in Quebec to storms battering our coasts, the fact is that the climate crisis is a serious issue that requires serious responses. Today, we're here to talk about a plan to expand job-creating climate action in Atlantic Canada, which is certainly a region that has seen no shortage of climate impacts. Take Nova Scotia. As a province, Nova Scotia's workers and their families have been through not one, not two, but 3 climate disasters in the last 13 months. 3. Hurricane Fiona, the wildfires in the Halifax Regional Municipality in Shelburne County, and flash flooding that tragically led to the deaths of 4 Nova Scotians, including 3 children. Mr. Speaker, it's time to stand behind the people of Nova Scotia and all of Atlantic Canada as we move forward with opportunities that will support the fight against climate change and benefit the region's long-term economic future. Mr. Speaker, developing the offshore renewable energy industry should be a priority for all members of Parliament, which is precisely why I'm here today as a member of Parliament from British Columbia. Enabling the offshore renewables industry to move forward will not only help the people who live and work in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador, it will also help Canada as a whole in the effort to, and I'll have several items here, to help reduce emissions and meet emissions targets, to create a clean, reliable, and affordable grid, to create good-paying, sustainable jobs, to enhance Canada's ability to compete in the global low-carbon economy across all sectors, and also to further grow our economy today. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador's workforces are ready to move forward with these offshore opportunities. The citizens of these provinces have the skills we need, and they bring generations of experience in a range of marine industries to the table. And like British Columbians, our East Coast colleagues are talented in other areas that are expected to benefit the offshore renewable energy industry, including shipbuilding, aquaculture, defense, research, and ocean technology. My Atlantic colleagues have been clear when they've spoken in this chamber. These provinces and the livelihoods of all who call it home have been shaped by the sea, providing rich maritime heritage and a passion for the environment, both of which make offshore wind and other renewable energy projects a natural fit for Nova Scotians and Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. Of course, Mr. Speaker, they also benefit from the geography and energy context that makes these projects so attractive. Nova Scotia's current energy mix means that affordable and reliable offshore wind power will support lowering prices for ratepayers. And as Newfoundland and Labrador uses its hydro capacity to support the electrification of buildings, industry, and transportation, more and more power will be needed in the future. This is true across the country, yet the offshore potential of Atlantic Canada is one of the greatest on Earth. Let me repeat that. The offshore potential of Atlantic Canada is one of the greatest on Earth. Unlocking this potential is a critical part of achieving our commitments to the global fight against climate change. While the other side likes to bury their heads in the sand and ignore the climate crises, as we see time and time again in this place, our side knows that ambitious action provides us with an opportunity to show the world that Canada is a reliable partner and leader in solving the great challenge of our era, and to do so in a manner that supports the creation of sustainable jobs. To ensure we honor our commitments to Canadians in the world, and to ensure our economy doesn't surrender opportunity to our competitors as the rest of the world races toward net zero, we need to move quickly. That urgency brings us to the business before us today, and our provincial counterparts agree that we must move quickly. Nova Scotia, for instance, has stated that coal-fired power plants are going to become a thing of the past by 2030, and that 80% of the province's power will, by then, come from clean energy. That's only 6 years away. Nova Scotia's progressive Conservative government and citizens are asking for this House to get this bill passed so they can start building the renewable energy they need. Atlantic Canadians in particular are calling on the Conservative Party to end their campaign of climate action obstruction and join us to pass this bill. Everyone is asking the Conservative Party to stop blocking jobs, investments, and renewable energy that will power their homes and businesses. The question is whether or not the leader of the Conservative Party will take his head out of the sand and heed this call. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, we will advance this legislation and deliver for Atlantic Canada either way. Doing so makes sense from both an environmental and economic perspective. The potential for job creation and environmental benefits in renewable energy is so strong in Nova Scotia that the provincial government has already made several significant moves towards making offshore renewable energy projects a reality in preparation of this bill's passing. Nova Scotia has joined the federal government in carrying out the regional assessment on offshore wind that's currently underway. Right now, the Regional Assessment Committee is hosting public houses to provide information on the process itself and get feedback on potential project locations. Nova Scotia also released the first module of their offshore wind roadmap in June, which clearly delineates their vision for offshore wind energy and the regulatory pathway and timelines for project development. The roadmap provides certainty for businesses looking to invest, as well as giving a line of sight on what's coming for stakeholders, Indigenous groups, and other interested parties. The roadmap also outlines the seabed leasing opportunities, noting that access to seabed rights that are solely under the province's jurisdiction could be available for commercial projects as early as next year. But for this to happen, Bill C-49 needs to pass quickly through this chamber. I again encourage my Conservative colleagues to listen to the people of Atlantic Canada, as well as both the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador and the Progressive Conservative Premier of Nova Scotia. I encourage them to reverse their thoughtless and ideological position, vote in favour of this common sense bill. C-49 affords this House the opportunity to deliver good, sustainable jobs, good renewable energy projects, and major economic opportunities for all while combating climate change. Mr. Speaker, the two boards, the CNL-OPB and the CNS-OPB, which has held the province's offshore energy industry accountable for many years, is the natural choice to take on an expanded mandate for the regulation of the province's offshore energy projects. It's a perfect fit. The offshore board already ensures that licensed project operators adhere to offshore regulations. It engages and consults with stakeholders, Indigenous groups, and the public to get feedback on potential and existing projects. They have years of experience in offshore safety and environmental protection, and they hold operators to account through the board's comprehensive compliance and enforcement activities. The boards are also an excellent collaborator. It's put several agreements and memoranda of understanding in place with other organizations and agencies to make it easier for them to share information, expertise, and resources with each other and coordinate their initiatives. This includes agreements with the Canadian Coast Guard, Transport Canada, the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, Employment and Social Development Canada, Environment and Climate Change Canada, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, the Canada Energy Regulator, Natural Resources Canada, the Transportation Safety Board, and more. With these many agreements already in place, the offshore boards are a clear and logical choice for overseeing the development of offshore wind projects, as well as other renewable energy projects off the shores of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, economically, this bill makes good financial sense. We've heard that it's expected that as much as $1 trillion will be invested in offshore wind globally by 2040. That investment is already starting to flow to offshore markets around the world. This is why it's so urgent that the Conservatives end their opposition to these jobs and investments, so all members of Parliament can come together to get Bill C-49 passed. We need to seize this massive economic opportunity, not just for Atlantic Canada, but for all of Canada. This bill is key to ensuring our country is a leader in the global race to net zero. All members of all parties of all regions should not delay this bill any further, or else we'll throw away the opportunity to attract investment, the opportunity to build a world-class offshore wind industry, and the opportunity to create the thousands and thousands of jobs associated with it. Bill C-49 makes sense for Atlantic Canada's workforce and Canada more broadly. When Canada builds major new industries, Canadians from across the country contribute and benefit. The benefits of this economic activity help to spur waves of labour development, and that is critical to the economic well-being of Canada as a whole, along with the restoration of many coastal communities in Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, this world needs Canadian clean energy and technologies in order to advance the fight against climate change and access long-term energy security. When Chancellor Scholz came to Newfoundland and Labrador last summer, he made it clear that Germany is looking to buy clean Canadian hydrogen made from offshore wind. From the EU, Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to take questions about C-49, a very important piece of legislation.
There you go. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you so much, Speaker. The member from Cloverdale Langley City indicated that he stands behind the people of Atlantic Canada. So I'm wondering if he's prepared to say that he also stands behind his colleague who represents those people in this House from Avalon when he answered the following question that he was asked last night. Is he, the Minister of the Environment, the right messenger for that part of the country on this? His response was no, he's not. And because he's so entrenched in this, and I get it, I mean where he came from and his whole idea of making a big difference in climate change, but you can't do it overnight. You can't make it more expensive on people than what they can handle. And that's exactly what's happening right now. So will the member stand with his colleague on behalf of the people in Canada who are struggling under this carbon tax system, and will they support us in removing it from the backs of Canadians?
Honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, it's a very unfortunate situation that we have the official opposition still denying that climate change is upon us. And Mr. Speaker, we need to take action. There is a cost to not dealing with climate.
Thank you. We have a point of order from the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. In no way could my question that was just asked of this member be interpreted to say that I do not support climate change and the need for Canadians to do that.
Okay. That is not a point of order, but a good point nonetheless. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I would simply offer that if we're going to have these inflammatory questions, we should be able to address them, and that's what I'm doing. I'm saying that climate change is real, it's happening, and there's a cost to inaction by not dealing with climate change. Bill C-49 clearly addresses that. Now, as somebody, as a British Columbian, we have had a price on carbon in my province since 2008, and it is one of the mechanisms to help reduce the impacts of consumer behaviors. And the point is simply that we need to take action. Clean energy is important, and Bill C-49 will get us there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Saint-Jean. Merci beaucoup.
For Saint-Jean.
Je remercie mon collègue pour son discours.
I thank my colleague for his speech. There is indeed a cost to inaction. In this bill, I get an impression that some things are put there just to give us the impression that it's a bill that's dealing with climate change. For instance, it says that we can withdraw oil and gas permits. However, we're actually doubling the production of oil and gas off of Newfoundland. Does my colleague think that eventually the government will be able to use what's in the bill to prevent projects from continuing or from starting, or if it's just there to maybe coat the pill of the potential effects of this bill when it comes to fighting climate change? The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Her question. I think that the Bill C-49 is a clear demonstration of our government's commitment to that transition to clean energy. We will have, for the short term, continued extraction of carbon-based fuels in our country. But C-49 is a very important way of enabling the offshore energy boards to bring in clean energy such as wind. And I've talked in my speech about the importance that this is for sustainable jobs for the economy and to help us tap into what is needed in the world right now to decarbonize our economy. And so I don't necessarily agree with my colleague's premise, but I think this is an important step in making sure that clean energy is available in Newfoundland, Labrador, and Nova Scotia for clean energy projects. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, you know, since 2019, we have seen net profits of the oil and gas sector go up by over 1,000%, the refining sector by 40%, and we know that the product that they make is directly contributing to climate change, causing billions of dollars in damage and great harm to our agricultural sector. But the Conservatives want us to believe a magical fairy tale that somehow it's the carbon tax's fault. Would my honourable friend agree with me that this is a fundamentally unserious party when it comes to dealing with the real causes of climate change and inflation, and it's about time they got off their unicorn and started being level with Canadians?
Honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from British Columbia for that excellent question. I could not have said it any better myself. I think that we need all parties to come together in this House to work together on advancing clean energy and the transition to decarbonize our economy. This bill, C-49, is a clear demonstration of the East Coast commitment to that transition. The provinces, Newfoundland, Labrador, and Nova Scotia are clearly asking for this. It's up to the House to provide this enabling legislation so provincial jurisdiction legislation can follow and projects that are already being studied can get developed. So very important piece of legislation. I ask all parties to come together and quickly get this legislation through the House. Thank you.
We do have a couple more minutes for the honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame, but just knowing full well there's only about 2 minutes left in debate before we go to PMB. Remember, Coast of Bay's Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll use those couple of minutes to start my speech and finish it at a later date. As with most Liberal legislation, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Atlantic Accord, the devil is always in the details. This bill is a framework for the development of offshore wind energy in Atlantic Canada, and it's necessary, but it needs to be done right. In my speech today, I'll address concerns brought to me by the fishing industry through my role as Shadow Minister for Fisheries and Oceans, and by representatives and stakeholders in the oil and gas industry. As the only MP from Newfoundland and Labrador that has the freedom to address the shortcomings of Bill C-49, stakeholders from these industries have put their faith in me to address their concerns on the floor of this House. I'll start with what I've heard from representatives from 7 fish harvester organizations, mainly in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador, but also throughout Atlantic Canada. The main concern raised by stakeholders is the lack of detail on the consultation process required with their industry. Most in the industry, including those that sat in on an information session on September 12th by the Committee for Regional Assessment of Offshore Wind Development in Newfoundland and Labrador, are concerned about the process. Lobster fishermen that I met with in Nova Scotia are concerned with how offshore wind energy will impact their ability to fish. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government, heavily influenced by hardcore environmentalists that often proclaim to be stakeholders themselves, does not have a good track record when it comes to setting aside areas where fishing activity is no longer permitted or where new restrictions are put in place. The fishing industry is not against development of offshore wind energy. However, Bill C-49 pays lip service to consultations from their point of view.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
And I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I have a notice of time allocation on C-49. So, Mr. Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provision of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading of Stage Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to these acts. Under the provision of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that the Minister of the Crown will propose the next sitting of a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for consideration and disposal of proceeding at this stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There you go. It being 1:31, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
China's advisor hates the mark.
Order of the day. Private members' business. Affaires et députés. Consideration at third reading of Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act diagnosis, maintenance and repair standing in the name of Mr. Miao.
Honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honored to rise in this House today to speak on my private member's bill, Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act by allowing circumvention solely for the purpose of diagnosis, maintenance, and repair of a product with technological protection measures, also known as TPMs. In the world we live in today, our society is surrounded by Internet of Things, where most products are becoming more advanced through innovations, and most products we purchase have some type of computer programs built into them. Current technologies have made convenient impacts to our daily lives. However, they have also indirectly made the repair process difficult. Certain products that are protected by TPMs, often known as digital lock, might be difficult to circumvent and legally repair. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the reason why it is so important to enact this legislation. Bill C-244 is a crucial step towards the implementation of a right to repair framework on federal, provincial, and territorial level. This bill will contribute to our effort to a more sustainable future by reducing planned obsolescence and reducing waste to be buried. And most importantly, this bill gives the right to repair back in the hands of consumers in Canada, allowing consumers to choose the best options for them without worrying any legal consequences. Mr. Speaker, by amending the Copyright Act, Bill C-244 paves the way for all levels of government to develop legislation on a right to repair framework. We have seen examples in Ontario and Quebec where proposed policy on developing a right to repair framework did not succeed, partly because of the Copyright Act. That is why Bill C-244 is critical to a right to repair policy reform in Canada, as this bill carves out an exception for the purpose of diagnosing, maintaining, and repairing products with embedded computer program, without imposing significant penalties for unlawful circumventions. Most products being offered and purchased today are with planned obsolescence, limiting the lifespan of a product. And sometimes, the cost of repair the broken product can cost more than purchasing a new replacement, which sometimes is better or with more upgrades. Also, the time it takes to repair or simply waiting for parts can discourage consumers from choosing to repair over buying something new. As a result, more wastes are in our landfills, and more emissions and carbon footprint are generated from the process of manufacturing, transporting, disposing, and many more. With the implementation of Bill C-244, repairing a broken product will no longer be restricted with the amended Copyright Act. The circumvention of the TPMs would be legally allowed only for the sole purpose of diagnosis, maintenance, and repair. It grants consumers the right to repair and more control over their own purchases, allowing a product to extend its lifespan, reducing and conserving resources by promoting a more sustainable approach to manufacturing and consumption. And during this challenging time with affordability crisis, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-244 can actually help consumers save money. And yes, saving money by reducing their dependency on costly authorized repair services, and through right to repair, broken and malfunctioned products are more likely to be repaired instead of being discarded, reducing the amount of waste that ends up in landfill, building a more environmentally sustainable society. And not only that, the right to repair movement can also foster a healthy competition among repair service providers, leading to more competitive and affordable repair options. This not only supports the growth in local small businesses, but to promote job creation within the repair industry and growing our local economies. Mr. Speaker, these are the reasons why Bill C-244 is an important legislation towards right to repair. This bill will help lead Canada into a more sustainable future and become a strong champion for consumer rights. This bill is a good legislation that is meant for all consumers across Canada. As Bill C-244 becomes law, it will allow federal, provincial, and territorial governments to implement further legislation on developing a right to repair framework across Canada. It will empower all of us as lawmakers to further our joint effort in developing good policies that leads to sustainable consumerism. And please allow me to extend my invitation to all consumers across Canada to join this collective effort to build a more sustainable and climate resilient future, especially for our future generations. Every Canadian can contribute by choosing repair over new purchase, sustainability over landfills, protecting our environment, and supporting communities impacted by climate change from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, the Copyright Act, as it stands today, restricts the circumvention of TPMs that protect copyrighted content, making any circumventions illegal. Copyright exists to protect the intellectual property and the original work of its creator, not to prevent repairs to copyrighted products because nothing is being copied or distributed. These TPMs were originally created to encourage artists and creators to share their work in digital forms without worrying that their work being copied. As we advance into this modern world with Internet of Things, many products are embedded with a chip or some type of computer programs into it. Manufacturers will use TPMs to protect the software incorporated within products, preventing the modification of the original work. Or I have been hearing is that some manufacturing use TPMs to control and limit the use of a product. TPMs can also restrict access to the basic information needed for diagnosis, maintenance, or repair, or prevent repairs from happening at all. This restriction will limit consumers the right to repair, and in many cases, only manufacturer or authorized repair services have the tools and parts to bypass these restrictions. The intention of the Copyright Act was not to prevent Canadians from repairing products with embedded software. Copyright-protected content in certain ways is being used as a barrier to Canadians who want to repair their products. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-244 will remove that barrier by creating a new exemption permitting the circumvention of TPM for the sole purpose of diagnosis, maintaining, and repair, so that Copyright Act does not prevent Canadians from repairing the product they own or use. This impact of this bill are tremendous. Mr. Speaker, some witnesses at the standing committees raised concerns over health and safety, cybersecurity, and environmental risks that may result from circumvention of TPMs and the repair of products. They asked for the exclusion of certain categories of products from the application of Bill C-244. I sincerely appreciate these industry representatives voiced their concern during the study of this bill through a legislative process. The Copyright Act is a law of general application, the purpose of which is to grant exclusive rights over creative works. It is more desirable that these concerns be addressed in those regimes that already regulate those categories of products. Bill C-244 does not prevent these regimes from regulating repairs or addressing issues that may arise in the repair of certain products. Mr. Speaker, to give you an example, I was honored to have the opportunity to meet with some representative from one of the world's leading medical technology industry. They shared with me that this amendment in the Copyright Act might create a gray area where it will be legally allowed to fix medical equipment without oversight. But Mr. Speaker, Bill C-244 does not override any regulation, such as Health Canada in this case, on medical equipment. Only licensed technicians with relevant training and experience can repair a broken or malfunctioned medical equipment while meeting the standards set out by Health Canada. How I see this bill impact this and many other industries is by enacting future right to repair legislation on allowing certified technicians in hospitals and other industry to have access to repair manuals and parts available that will make differences as serious as life and death. I also had the pleasure of hearing from representatives from the automotive industry. They share with me that this bill will encourage fair play, create competition, and make repair more accessible for Canadians. With Bill C-244, Canadians will be able to drive up to a local repair shop and not restricted to dealers' authorized repair shop to have their vehicle serviced and repaired. What we need is to provide the tools for technicians at repair shop to access the data of vehicles that TPM limit. With this access, technicians can provide quality services for diagnosis, maintenance, and repair to vehicle owners. Over the summer, I had traveled to our Prairies provinces, and for the first time, I was able to see the huge combines and tractors that can harvest thousands of acres in person. It was truly remarkable and just amazing. I had the pleasure of speaking with farmers who shared with me that many farmlands are generationally owned through family legacy. And it is this time of the year, the harvesting crop year, our Prairies farmers are busy at work. They are the hardworking Canadians who help put food on our table and brings agriculture and agri-food sectors of Canada on the international stage. And yet, the harvesting seasons can vary significantly from year to year, depending on the change in weather patterns. And with climate change, we have seen the devastating impact of drought, flooding, wildfire, and other extreme weather events across Canada. And these unexpected conditions can cause severe damages to the yield each year. For farmers in a more remote area, if their equipment breaks down during the midst of harvesting, traveling to nearby town can take hours, not even to say how long it would take to go to a nearest authorized dealer for service and repair. And during the busy harvesting seasons, part of the repair can be demanding and not readily, parts for repair can be demanding and not readily available. Let's give our farmers the option to a more accessible right to repair. And I stand in this chamber to wish our farmers across Canada a great harvesting season this year and every year ahead. Mr. Speaker, through you, I would like to ask every Canadian, would it be not better if consumers could have the right to repair on products they purchase and own? And with that, I want to thank the House administration for the thorough work and support to all parliamentarians on the work we do in this chamber. And special thank you to the Library of Parliament and the Clerk of the House. I would also like to thank the Honourable Member for Cambridge for all his hard work tabling this bill in the last Parliament and for seconding Bill C-244 during the second reading. And the Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville for seconding my private member's bill at this third reading stage. And I also want to take this opportunity to wish him an early happy birthday. I also want to thank all the witnesses for presenting your views and providing your inputs and comments on this bill. And I also want to thank every honourable member of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology for your thoughtful input and study on this bill. And to the stakeholders across Canada who took the time to share your inputs with me, thank you to all your continued support and championship for the right to repair. And most importantly, I want to thank all my constituents and people of Richmond Centre. Without your trust and support, I would not have the privilege to table this important bill. It is with great gratitude and appreciation to colleagues from all parties and the House that I rise today to speak on my private member's bill. Thank you.
Thank the member. Because with things were going so quickly, we kind of forgot a little step here. Mr. Miao, seconded by Mr. Nur Mohammed, moves that Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, and repair, be now read a third time and do pass. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my fellow British Columbia across the way, congratulations for making it this far. One thing I wanted to ask the Honourable Member, though, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, is that there is a missing component to right to repair, and that's not the fault of this member. The reason is that you can change the Copyright Act to allow for for someone to move around a technology protection measure. That's something we can clearly do in this place. but it's provinces that actually have the jurisdiction over contract law, specifically for warranties. So many of the companies that will say we don't want to allow for circumvention of a TPM through the Copyright Act, they can simply say we are not going to honor a warranty. If you do use this right to repair through the Copyright Act, we are going to simply disallow any warranties under it or any other contracts if there's an agreement for ongoing service. So what will this member do knowing this? How is he approaching the provinces? Has he? I'd like to know, because there's lots of consumers that have put great faith that this bill will change everything. But Mr. Speaker, large companies that do not want to cooperate with this new copyright change will simply change their tactics and update their user agreements or their contracts.
Senator.
Thank you for the honourable members for these questions. And it is important for us to work together and also to protect the consumer right to repair. And that is why it's very important for us to work with all levels of government to provide more legislation or review more legislation that can impact our consumers and address to these concerns that is raised from your constituents. Thank you.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Richmond Centre. It was a pleasure to hear from him at the Industry Committee and to study this bill in order to better protect consumers. That's fundamental. And also when it comes to repairs in remote areas, we don't always have access to all the same repair services. So we need to protect consumers. In Quebec City, the legislation was passed to fight against planned obsolescence and lemons, deliberately manufactured lemons. And so I wonder if my colleague has any comment to make. Would he be open to any amendments to this bill to better protect consumers? The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you to my honourable colleague. Unfortunately, I can't speak good French, so I'll be responding in English. But yes, it's very important for us to address these concerns because across Canada, right now, we're limited to repair because of the Copyright Act not being amended. And in order for us to look at further legislation, these are discussions to have with our communities and across Canada with our stakeholders and constituents. And it's important for us to address this, and that is why before we move on to the next step, we must ensure that the circumvention for the sole purpose of right to repair is happening. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Appreciate my colleague's bill here today, and the interventions at committee was very interesting. I had the original piece of legislation on the automotive aftermarket come through this place, and I want to give credit to Tony Clement, who was the Minister of Industry at that time. We settled on doing a voluntary agreement. My bill was actually going to the Senate with the votes, and then the aftermarket said that we'll try a voluntary position if we withdraw the bill. So we did that, and it was created. We have a voluntary agreement in place right now, but it has a lot of issues, and we really need to actually move to proper legislation. So I'd like my colleague to respond to that, is that we've had a voluntary automotive aftermarket right to repair in place, but it's not sufficient right now, and does he agree that we need to get into proper legislation?
Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question, and absolutely, right? And thank you to the work you have done to the automotive industry. After speaking to several representatives from the automotive industry, they do look forward for this bill to pass, because in order for them to make sure all manufacturers are on board of the right to repair legislation, they will have to provide certain instruction manuals and parts available so that consumers have choice to make a repair when that time comes. And it's important for us to continue this dialogue and conversation to make sure that industry, not just in the automotive, but across Canada, it's able to benefit from the right to repair. Thank you.
And continuing debate, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in the House to speak at third reading of this important legislation, Bill C-244, introduced by the member from Richmond Centre, otherwise known as the Right to Repair Bill. Conservatives support this legislation and are happy to see it return to third reading. It's not common in this House to find legislation that all parties can come together on, and for the most part, we agree on the principles of this bill, and so congratulations to the member. Bill C-244 seeks to amend the Copyright Act to allow individuals and businesses to repair a technology with copywritten material without infringing on the rights set out in the Copyright Act. When someone has a copyright for a work they created, the Copyright Act enables the creator to be the sole entity to reap the financial rewards from that creation for a set period of time. And this is a good thing. Exclusive financial rewards of invention and creation is what drives progress in our society. These days, everything includes software. Your car, your fridge, your phone, any manufactured equipment. All software, therefore, in those devices and things that we utilize day to day have copyright protection. Manufactured goods now have proprietary designs and structures and now specialized tools to repair these goods. They are designed that way. Why? Because repair and maintenance of manufactured goods is as profitable or more profitable than the sale of the good itself. Copyright is being used now, in my view, as an anti-competitive tool to keep the customer tied to the manufacturer and not be able to use less expensive providers of repair and maintenance. This is causing great frustration for the consumer. Only the car dealer, not your local garage, can repair your car. Only the manufacturer can repair farm equipment because the specialized tools and codes are only available from an authorized dealer. The Copyright Act is amended by this bill to provide for instances where rights of copyright can be infringed upon, or what is known as circumvention. In other words, this bill will allow individuals or small businesses to repair technologies themselves without fear of repercussions. Now, many of my Conservative colleagues from the prairies have spoken previously about how this legislation would impact the agriculture sector in particular. And today, I'd like my comments to also focus on this critical industry which provides the food we eat. Now, for those unfamiliar, farmers are often required to pay upfront enormous costs to buy and maintain the equipment they use in operating a farm. These costs are often in the millions, from the purchasing of the land to the appropriate seed and fertilizer and buying equipment necessary to harvest a crop and to plant the crop. Often, large tractors, such as those from John Deere, cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, as do the attachment pieces that go with them. These tractors contain complex electrical systems and require specific tools to access that are protected by Canada's copyright laws. Now, as is the case in every industry, the equipment farmers use often breaks down and requires either repair or complete replacement given enough time. And this breakdown usually happens at the worst time, when speed of repair is essential. At one time, this was never a big issue. Farmers have historically been makeshift mechanics. They've been able and expected to demonstrate if some engine or computer system wasn't working, they could find a way to fix it, jury-rig it, in order to get the repair done immediately so they could continue with their essential work. This is especially important given how harvesting season typically only lasts a few weeks, and lost time waiting for a repairman, an authorized repairman, to fix an engine could cost business their annual livelihood. Now, as technology progresses and farming has become more computerized over the past 2 decades, including some equipment now that is self-driving in harvesting and planting, the ability to repair your equipment has increasingly become more and more difficult for our farmers. Today, farmers rely heavily on technology to assist them in their harvest. These technologies can sometimes cost, as we said, hundreds of thousands of dollars and have these complex systems. What this means for farmers is if a copyrighted computer system or engine for a large tractor breaks down, they can't simply call a local repairman or fix it themselves. Instead, they're required to call a technician from the manufacturing company or an authorized dealer to come out and fix that specific piece of equipment. This method is very taxing on owners. Company technicians can sometimes take anywhere from hours to days, even a week or two, to arrive to conduct the necessary repair. And when they do finally arrive, owners are sometimes prompted with an unusually high repair bill. And the delay has caused lots of crop harvesting time to be lost, where every day lost is a potential loss in farm income. My Conservative colleague from Provincier in Manitoba spoke in second reading on this bill with great knowledge and depth about the high level of investment required to keep some of this equipment and the cost associated with replacing a combine for a farmer. And he talked about the millions that this costs. This way of going about these repairs, in my view, is anti-competitive and is harmful to farmers, small businesses, and consumers. Property owners ought to be allowed to repair the piece of equipment they've purchased in the most economic way possible. They should be able to have a variety of resources at their disposal when fixing equipment, not just the pre-approved monopolistic authorized agent from the manufacturer. The Copyright Act has become a government-legislated gatekeeper, harming consumer choice. It was not intended to be this way, and as I mentioned previously, being able to reap the financial rewards of one own's invention and creation is essential. But when copyright moves into the territory using these rights as a way to prevent competition and control the whole repair and maintenance ecosystem, then it becomes anti-competitive, monopolistic, and the law tends to then need to be fixed and repaired and modernized to reflect the modern state of equipment and repair that we all buy. Even your stove, your fridge, now have these monopolistic design features in both their software and their hardware. Trying to get repairs done with a computerized fridge is next to impossible. And we're going to soon see the world of artificial intelligence placed into these goods and that we buy, which will make these things more complex. Mr. Speaker, this bill seems to have unanimous support from this House. For this reason, this legislation seeks to address this issue by ensuring that not all repairs remain proprietary, to allow a diversity of responses when individuals are seeking to repair their equipment. In other words, competition. Conservatives look forward to seeing this legislation move forward to the other place. We understand there are positive impacts for our rural communities. Also, in my most important industry, the fishery, these issues also apply. I want to thank my colleague for reintroducing this bill, and our party looks forward to seeing how this legislation moves through and is improved in the other place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue avec l'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak about a bill that is very important for residents of Abitibi-Témiscamingue and Quebec, which is Bill C-244, tabled by the member for Richmond Centre. It would amend the Copyright Act in order to allow the circumvention of a technological protection measure if it's done solely for the purpose of the diagnosis, maintenance, or repair of a product in which the program is embedded. And it's being studied at almost at the same time as Bill C-294 on interoperability. So it's very interesting that the Technology Committee is being asked to look at the question from various perspectives and improve the Act to enable the right to repair and to fight waste and better protect jobs of technicians and repair people in our regions. In the last few years, the complexity of repairing objects has increased. Our vehicles are increasingly just like computers you can drive, which means that we need to be able to access the source code to diagnose problems. But unfortunately, more and more manufacturers are refusing to share the code or are imposing exorbitant fees on independent garages, supposedly for security reasons, which is threatening the survival of these small businesses. What do we do, for example, as well when we have a smartphone, a brand new smartphone, with a problem or a cracked screen? Or what happens when the washing machine suddenly stops working? What about if you have some expensive 3-year-old farm machinery that needs repairs? These are all good examples. Let's look, for example, at Apple's policy about repairing its products. The policy is that all Apple products must be repaired in Apple stores when the parts are available. So by copywriting most of those parts, Apple maintains a monopoly. And the digital locks created by its operating software protected by the Copyright Act means that any kind of counterfeiting of it ultimately can be sued for. But in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, there is no Apple store in the region, so it's even worse. To get this service, they have a right to, as consumers, they need to either send the product away by mail or go 600 kilometers away to a major center. And also, just by the way, I'd like to say it's about the same for the passport situation, and I wish the government would listen to us on that. And increasingly, manufacturers seem to be saying that in order to fix this, we should throw away our device and buy a new one. They strictly control replacement parts. They restrict their design, and they use digital locks, and there are other legal protections. And that has made all of the maintenance of these high-tech objects more and more difficult. Bill C-244 would offer a solution to what many people are asking for in regard to right to repair in Quebec. These people have a clear message. The government must make legislative changes in regard to the right to repair and the capacity to repair the objects that we possess without violating copyright legislation. The Copyright Act seeks to protect creators and intellectual property, but the way businesses are using it to prevent repair over the last few decades is harmful to all of society. It interferes with the workings of the second-hand market and harms small, specialized repair businesses. By supporting this bill, the Bloc Québécois is also supporting small Quebec businesses, repair businesses, garages, IT specialists, and craft people who have the skills that they need to repair our daily products. This industry will play a key role in our energy transition and supports jobs everywhere in Quebec. Although there are fewer and fewer of these repair technicians in our communities, this bill will at least support their work. It will give many Quebecers a job. And I'm not just talking about mass market electronic products. There's industrial equipment, farm equipment, medical equipment, electric vehicles, and other machines, which increasingly are hard for independent technicians to repair and maintain, which increases operational costs for businesses, limits competition, and even discourages voluntary innovation. And the costs here go well beyond financial matters. It is imperative to take into account the environmental impact of the situation. I'm sure that my colleague from Repentigny will be happy to hear me say it. Building these new devices generates considerable amounts of electronic waste, and it uses up valuable resources, so we need to give consumers the option to have their products repaired. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring your attention to some new legislation in Quebec, which goes in the same direction as this, and reminds producers that they have a role to play in this. In Quebec, there is a new piece of legislation on planned obsolescence. And I would just like to congratulate members in the National Assembly who recently adopted legislation in this regard to ensure that products work well and to prevent dud vehicles from being sold. Extracting commodities using rare metals, lead welding, mail-order packaging. These are all examples of the ecological harms caused by the short life cycle of many of our devices and equipment. Electronic waste is the type of waste that is growing the most rapidly globally, by 3 or 4% a year. And as we all know, there is a world shortage of microprocessors. So almost all industries are currently being affected by electronics, and when we can't get our electronic components, very often that makes objects stop working, which means that they may end up in the landfill even more prematurely. I strongly recommended to my colleagues on the Standing Committee of Industry and Technology that they study the ecosystem of metal, plastics, and electronic recycling and consider the circular economy. The critical minerals in these electronic devices are very important, and we should avoid having them end up in the landfill. And we are going to resume that study after studying C-27. We need to do something about this shameful waste in order to reduce the waste we produce. Quebecers understand that, and I would warmly ask all parliamentarians to support this bill. We will be, when we vote for this bill, we will be showing our commitment to local business, we will be fighting waste, and we will be meeting the needs of our fellow citizens to be able to repair their devices. So we should all support this bill and send a strong message about our determination. We want to make the future more sustainable and accessible for everyone. As legislators, this is an opportunity to make a real difference in the lives of our constituents, and to ensure that the economy becomes more respectful of the environment. So let's mean that the right to repair becomes a reality for everyone. Thank you.
Continuing debate with the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise again on right to repair in this chamber and thank the member for introducing this bill with regards to C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, or repair, also known as the right to repair. And I congratulate the member for Richmond for bringing this forth. I think one of the things that's interesting about this, it's an evolution that's taking place. I originally had legislation in this chamber that passed and it was related to the right to repair specific to the auto industry because that was the first time to tackle this. And this is common to the themes that take place within Canada, as we're often treated as a colony when it comes to consumer rights. And what I mean by that is that European Union and the United States often enjoy better auto recall, consumer rights returns, and other policies than we do here because we are lax, and our Competition Bureau is also basically needing reformation. And we see some bills coming forth in this chamber, including my leader, who's got a bill as well to reform the Competition Act, and Bill C-56 and others, that are actually going to improve things. But until that time, we still need to work on issues like this. And right to repair became interesting for me because of an auto town that I'm in, representing even the auto companies. We still found that we weren't getting treated fairly at that time. And Windsor, Ontario, across from us is Detroit, Michigan, and that's only a 2-mile or 2.5-kilometer distance across the border. But what was interesting is in Windsor, I couldn't get my minivan fixed for an aftermarket at the time, where I could drive it over the border and get it fixed in an aftermarket in Detroit, Michigan, because the Environmental Protection Act and other right to repair legislation protected them much better than our Canadian system. So what I did is I went across this country. I went all the way across the country, back and forth a few times, and worked with a number of different people. And there was a good example is Scott Smith, who's now with the Chamber, and others, and EAIA and others, to work for a legislative change for the automotive aftermarket. But we knew it was deficient in the overall issue. But just touching on that, the first point was really important because a lot of Canadians didn't realize they're getting ripped off and they're getting treated as secondary citizens, and it was unacceptable. And I remember having meetings with the auto companies, and one of the executives was testing, I guess, the waters about this issue. And it was really important. It was in the chamber of the other house before it closed down for renovations. And I remember that CEO, after I told him what was going on, and he said, "Is this happening in the United States?" And they said, "No." And he just said to his team, "You fix it." And from that time on, we got better players in the automotive aftermarket from some of the large automotive dealers. And so Tony Clement was a minister at that time. The bill was going to go to the Senate. We had enough votes. It was a real fight, as usual, in this place, but that's okay. And then there was a decision made by all those involved that they would rather try a voluntary system, which we now have to today, that was put in place to provide the information for the aftermarket. So why is that important? Well, the aftermarket provides hundreds of thousands of jobs, is billions of dollars, and it's also an issue of public safety because vehicles were being driven on the road for longer and other times when they shouldn't have been. Vehicles were emitting things, so it's an environmental issue because they weren't tuned the way that they should. A competition issue because you had numbers that people that couldn't actually get the service they needed from the garages that they wanted to. And also a fairness issue because you had people working in those establishments that were trained, and in those places, often some of the more marginalized workers in the industry that were going to lose their job, not because they weren't qualified, not because they didn't do all the things that were necessary, just because the industry and greed spoke louder than that of the people at that time. So credit to most of the industry. They got their act together, created the voluntary agreement. There's been ups and downs all along the way. Even just Tesla finally came on to that agreement, I'm told. But until that time, it was voluntary, so you had ebbs and flows all the time about what was taking place. And that's why we're seeing legislation come back. And it's not just New Democrats this time. We see liberals and conservatives with aftermarket legislation. And that's because it's become habitual. And I know the Bloc as well, too, has talked about this quite extensively. My colleague just before me has been very effective in committee on this. And it's grappled all of us because we've seen the really stupid stuff with regards to how many plug-in cords that you have to have with different access devices for no technological reason whatsoever, and junk that's piling up in our landfills and so forth, which is a cost, aside from the environmental thing, is a cost and has nothing to do with innovation whatsoever. It's about dependency. And that's what was some of the things that were taking place. So the aftermarket, to fix the different problems that we're talking about here, aren't about taking shortcuts. The people and the information needs to be provided to those people will be done with terms and conditions that will be legislated, but also will be followed through. So when my bill went through, we weren't asking for, shortcuts or intervention. We were asking for the proper training to be made available. And so what was happening, Mr. Speaker, was unbelievable. So when we have an update on software, which literally could be a simple, minor thing, would cripple a vehicle and not be able to actually be fixed in the aftermarket. And sometimes they were towing that vehicle after getting the physical repairs to another garage somewhere else just to get a download of a program. Makes no sense for anything. Doesn't make sense for the environment, doesn't make sense for public safety, doesn't make sense for competition, and it hurts some of the men and women who were in those shops doing the right things. And they're not asking, again, for this information to free. They want a system in place so you can buy the equipment, you can get the downloads necessary and pay for them, and you can service your customers in a reasonable way. So there's many different ways the voluntary agreement has fallen basically at the edge of the precipice of being ineffective, is because you can have intentional issues where there's some companies don't want to provide that information in a reasonable time, playing some games if they want. It could not even be that. It could just be that it's not the top of their priority because they want to do something else. And why this is dangerous, Mr. Speaker, is because if you look at the auto sector, in particular, rural and other areas, we couldn't just with dealerships service all our vehicles. We would cripple our economy because if we lose the aftermarket for the auto sector, then we are going to lose our capabilities to be effectively moving in transportation. And it's changing with the electrification of vehicles. And so the problem with my bill was something that we knew because it didn't involve heavy equipment, farm equipment, and other things like that. We knew that because we had to at least touch this and bring awareness that wasn't there. And that's why I went across the country on this, because people were just accepting it. And imagine this. We always heard the fake arguments is that, oh, it's going to be safety, the people are going to wreck their stuff, and then they're going to wreck other people, and all those different things. Imagine if we had the same attitude when we actually let the screwdriver go to the public sector and you can use a screwdriver at your home. That we could never use a wrench at home, we never use a hammer at home because it was too dangerous. It's outrageous. We've been fixing vehicles, cars, electronic equipment, a number of different things as we've moved from manual to electric to all the different things with technology and computers and so forth now. That has been the normal process for consumers to actually be having existence with the devices that they have. But what's been happening and changing is building in the obstacles. So you build in the obstacles because what you do, create some type of a device where you need a special tool for that. Create some type of system in place where you can't get to that fixing moment because there's an impediment to technology to do an update on a simple update on the software. So the bill here, C244, is also married with, in many respects, so my bill, C231, enacting the Competition Act for vehicle repair, and there are some problems with the bill. It doesn't go far enough in terms of the tribunal and a few other elements, but it's a bill in the right way to go the right direction. I'd like to see it amended. I hope the Senate takes a look at more of this possibilities that we have, but we are just simply not keeping up with the rest of the world when it comes to aftermarket connections with people. And there is pressure, and it's mounting, and look at what we've just seen with Apple. They're finally going to make a more standardized version of their cords, which they didn't even have in their own products. Outrageous. So now they're going to move to that. You know why? The European Union's moving towards forcing these things. And these are the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, I'll be supporting this bill. New Democrats have been supporting the right to repair. As much as it is a consumer issue, environmental issue, it's also a social justice issue because many people have spent their time and their money to be educated in the aftermarket, to have careers, to provide resources for their families, and that's being denied that opportunity, not by choice, not by their deficiency of skills, but by greed, by large corporations that want to protect it for pure profit at the expense of everyone else. And that balance has to be restored, and that's why this is a good bill, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am very pleased to rise to speak to this important bill. I want to begin by thanking my friend and colleague, the member for Richmond Centre, for the tremendous amount of effort that he has put into making this bill come to this place today. He has traveled across the country, he has talked to stakeholders from coast to coast to coast, and he has put in the work that is required in partnership with many others in this place so that we can be here today doing something that is in the interest of affordability, in the interest of protecting the rights of Canadians. And it was wonderful to hear the member opposite talk about how this is a social justice issue, because it is. It is important for us to pass legislation that makes life more affordable, that allows Canadians to have access to use the very things that they buy. And what this bill seeks to do is to remove an important barrier to repair, as we've heard, in the copyright framework. It's a necessary response to the digitization of our everyday lives and our everyday products, which rely more and more on functionalities enabled by copyright-protected software. We all know that software is important. There are benefits that it gives to the products we buy. Software allows smartphones and computers to connect people from across the globe. It's what transforms coffee machines now into great baristas, much to the chagrin of many. But it's also digitization of our products that comes with downside. Manufacturers are using measures, TPMs, technical protection measures, to protect the software that's incorporated within these products. It reduces the ability that we would ordinarily have to repair these items. It reduces our ability to modify them. And only when they malfunction must we go to the manufacturers and seek their help to repair them and to make sure that the products can work. And really what we need to do is to make sure that we prohibit the circumvention of these TPMs, that the Copyright Act currently allows for the Copyright Act currently prohibits the circumvention of these TPMs that protect copyright protected content, and it's being used as a barrier to Canadians that want to repair the products that they own. Protections for TPMs was originally promoted as a tool to encourage the creative industries to offer their works, whether it was songs or books or movies in digital form. But they were never intended, Mr. Speaker, to prevent the repair of physical products that included embedded software. So what this bill proposes to do is to remove this barrier by ensuring that there is an exception permitting the circumvention of TPMs for the purpose of repair and maintenance, so that the copyright framework does not prevent Canadians to repair the products that they have paid for. Over past years, much effort has been made to remove this barrier in the copyright framework. Bill C-244 was introduced in February 22 by my colleague from Richmond Centre. It's received unanimous support at second reading, and this time committee has completed its study. I want to acknowledge the members of that committee who have done tremendous work, and all those who appeared as witnesses to help improve this important bill. The study of the bill, Mr. Speaker, was exhaustive and thorough. Committee heard from 29 witnesses, including representatives from different industries, public interest groups, and government officials. Ultimately, the committee reported the bill with amendments that I believe will help make this better achieve its objective while aligning it with Canada's international obligations. The amendments will do three things. First, they make the repair exception permitting the circumvention of TPMs more effective by making it clear that it would apply to third parties making repairs on behalf of product owners. The technical capacity required to circumvent a TPM and repair products is likely beyond the knowledge of average consumers, at least speaking for myself. Second, in order to prevent any abuse and protect creative industries, the amendments add a new safeguard that providing that the repair exception applies only if there is no infringement of copyright. Third, the amendments remove the exception in Bill C-244 allowing the trade of tools to circumvent a TPM for the purposes of repair in order to mitigate risks of non-compliance with Canada's international obligations. CUSMA, which includes Canada's strictest TPM obligations, only allows the trade of circumvention tools in very limited situations, and repair is not one of them. So now that I've touched a little bit on what these amendments are doing, I also want to highlight what they are not doing. Some witnesses raised concerns over health and safety, cybersecurity, and environmental risks that may result from the circumvention of TPMs and the repair of products. They asked for the exclusion of certain categories of products from the application of Bill C-244. Now, committee in their work did not report any amendments excluding certain product categories from the application of C-244 or providing the means to do so, and I believe the committee took the right approach. I agree with the witnesses, Mr. Speaker, that these concerns are real and justified, but the Copyright Act is not designed to deal with these risks. The Copyright Act is a law of general application, the purpose of which is to grant exclusive rights over creative works. It is preferable that these concerns be addressed in those regimes that already regulate those products. Now, Bill C-244 does not prevent these regimes regulating repairs and addressing issues that may arise in the repair of certain products. It is, however, worth noting that C-244 removes one critical barrier to repair, but it's only one element of how Canadians can enjoy a positive right to repair. Other elements of a comprehensive right to repair could include a number of dimensions, including ensuring access to repair parts and manuals. This important measure supports the Government of Canada's commitment to providing Canadians with the right to repair. Our efforts to move forward with this bill will ensure that Canadians will face fewer obstacles when repairing the products that they own. Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to second this bill. I think it's an important piece of legislation for us to all get behind. If we think about the many costs that Canadians incur during the course of their lives every single day, we talk about affordability in this place all the time. But this is a tangible way to increase the longevity of products, and it makes it easier for Canadians to use the products that they have paid for with their hard-earned money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate. Seeing nobody else, I recognize the honourable member for Richmond Centre on his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great honour again I rise in this House to conclude this thoughtful debate on my private member's bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize again the impact this bill will bring to Canadians. From leading the movement to a right to repair framework in Canada, to reducing waste in our landfills, and to giving the right to repair back to consumers in Canada. By amending the Copyright Act for the sole purpose of diagnosis, maintenance, and repair, without worrying about the potential legal consequences, becomes a reality for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be a member of this chamber, and I'm pleased to see all my honourable colleagues from all parties supporting my private member's bill to this stage. With this joint effort, Canada can join our allies in the right to repair movement and promote the consumerism we're all proud of. After all, this bill amends the Copyright Act for the creation of a right to repair framework in Canada where all levels of government, Indigenous people, industry, private sectors, and consumer across Canada can join effort in developing this framework. As a legislator, I've listened and heard Canadians calling for a right to repair framework in Canada. Bill C-244 will empower us as lawmakers on federal, provincial, and territorial levels to make this policy reform for consumers across Canada. As a consumer, we all like to have a choice to repair the products we purchase and own. This is a fundamental right, and Bill C-244 will ensure that consumers in Canada will have this right. As a Canadian, Mr. Speaker, I lament the waste in our landfills across Canada, and the numbers continue to increase. Those wastes, especially electronic waste, are harmful to our environment. We all have a shared responsibility to protect our environment and combat climate change together. And Bill C-244 will help reduce planned obsolescence, waste, and carbon footprint to protect our environment. We as Canadians need to do our part to contribute towards Canada's sustainable future, to combat climate change from coast to coast to coast, and to protect the interests of our future generations. Canada is a great democratic nation, a nation that is at the forefront of building a future of sustainable consumerism. And to end this debate, I'd like to invite all my honourable colleagues to continue working together on delivering a real result in right to repair for Canadians, and to continue to make Canada an envy of the world. I thank members and witnesses from the standing committees and stakeholders for the work and inputs you have shared along this journey of my private member's bill. And to the people of Richmond Centre, I want to thank you for all your continued trust and support for the past 2 years. And without you, I would not have this opportunity to work on my private member's bill that will bring such impact to you and consumers across Canada. I also like to thank our House administration and clerks of the House for all the work and support to every parliamentarians, and I'm grateful to have the privilege to present my private member's bill early on the list. And last but never the least, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my family for walking alongside with me every moment of this journey, for your continued sacrifice, for being so understanding when I cannot be there with you on various occasions. And I'd also like to congratulate my younger sister, who recently married to my now brother-in-law, Carlos, on their recent marriage. And I'd like to wish everyone here a happy Thanksgiving, and it is my great gratitude, Mr. Speaker, to present this bill, C-244, to you in this chamber. Thank you.
So this is why I like PMB hour, because when everybody agrees, it's just it's an actual nice debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Miao, seconded by Mr. Noor Mohammed, moves that Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, Diagnosis, Maintenance and Repair, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to now rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Request a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
Thought we might get one of those ones passed. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 18th, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Before I read this last part, I just want to wish each and every one of you a happy Thanksgiving, Bonne Action de Grâce. Have a good week with your constituents, and we'll see you here on the 16th of October. It being 2:28, the House stands adjourned until Monday, October 16th, 2023 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1.